Hello! Hello, hello, hello. Session 8 of our lovely, wonderful religious horror campaign, Tower of Heaven. I refer to it as 5 billion different names. Little bit of a late start, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. Exclamation point TW for anyone that is new in chat for the list of trigger warnings for the campaign. And I'm going to put us into the Discord with the Silly-sters. Hello, Silly-sters.
Welcome back in.
Hi.
Hello.
We're fighting D&D Beyond right now.
And James
Yeah,
vanished.
you guys
Oh,
are
yeah, he's
struggling with
He's okay, he's
leveling
here.
up.
James is in the ward.
No,
It's
Oh.
E3,
it's actually D&D Beyond is trying to fist fight me right now, and
Oh.
I'm losing. So, you know,
Oh, I see.
it won't save my HP. It's
Oh.
really sad.
You're clicking apply, right? Yeah, you're clicking
Apply.
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 You, Kai, if you want, you can write it down, and I can do a manual override.
Yippee! Also, I did roll initiative, so I don't know who you think you're missing. It's not me.
Okay, well, it's not in chat.
Oh, okay,
It
wait,
isn't,
hang on.
Did you not receive it psychically?
I literally clicked roll initiative
Put
in
into the
my
mind cloud.
Fucking Dan Henschel psychic blast image. wasn't
Christ.
Neuralink
How
to
did
you?
it not? Oh, wait a minute. I didn't have.
He's neural thefting me!
No!
Fuck.
Anything but the neural theft! Jesus Christ. Do we ever not talk about Valorant? Get a fucking hobby.
Oh my
We don't-
god.
We don't have
Oh,
a...
hey, look! It only took applying it 50 times for it to fucking apply.
Yay!
Oh, D&D Beyond.
Yay!
The perfect website.
Well
Is it really
optimized.
leveled
Barrel.
up?
Red screen.
You know what? I think that I should take fighting initiate. I think that'd be great for Rosie.
Oh my god.
Rosie's
What is
fed
going
up.
on?
She just starts beating the shit out of everyone she
What
comes
is
across.
going on?
We're losing it.
Oh my god, what the fart?
We got 3 14s.
Oh, hey, wait, we changed. What the heck? Where's all my drawings?
You had to
That's
start
fucked
new.
up.
Yeah,
Hold
we,
up.
we wiped the board.
Yeah.
That's
New
Sorry.
level, new drawings.
New drawings! Let's go over to the other overlay. New overlay, and I put your tokens on it, and you can move your tokens. So now you have a blank drawing slate and toys!
Do you guys,
I love
do you guys
toys.
like Circe's little, her little princess crown?
Yeah,
She's
feel
a
princess.
princess. Wow.
We've got to
And
censor
Lord of
that
the
Mario
Fairies.
before Nintendo takes us off the air.
Oh,
There
no.
are 314s.
Yeah, I got worried about it. It's
What
okay though, because
is-
he's green and it says Mario, so it's already a little bit
It's
off
already-
brand. And
What
really, it could
is-
arguably say merit.
Thanks, Fern.
Oh, yo, my abilities
Jared.
for improvements, because I boosted my con, I pushed up my HP. Nice.
It's M for Malcolm.
James, can you talk?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Okay, you're just a little
it come through?
quieter. I just need to turn
Sorry.
you up.
We just
You're good,
didn't
you're
do
good.
levels before the session.
I just needed to turn you up a little bit.
Oops.
Anyways,
Sorry.
all is well. Can I get Alaric's and Rosie's decks?
Plus
Plus
1.
0.
Okay, Alaric and Vysaria, can you do Rosie's?
Really?
Always.
I'll use
Yep.
my doggy dice.
Whatever.
Dice.
What freaking
You
ever.
rolled the same thing.
I got a 9.
Give it a second. Oh, perfect. I got a 13.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Get fucked, Alaric.
Yo!
Dang.
That was
Hey, I didn't mean that. Hey, I didn't mean that.
Bro,
Hey, I
you
didn't
didn't
mean
even
that.
do anything.
Be
It's
nice.
not necessary.
That wasn't even him, that was
Guys are
me.
being
Hey, I didn't mean that.
so
Hey, I didn't mean
mean.
that. I didn't mean that. Hey, it was all jokes. I didn't mean that.
Oh my
Oh, friendly
god.
fire, friendly fire.
Anyways, how's everybody doing today?
Pretty good.
How's everyone
Valerie.
feeling after last session?
Pretty good.
I need a long
Yay!
rest.
I'm feeling
I'm
great.
not fond of these.
It's so awesome.
I think
We
3 of you
need
could
a
use a
long
long
rest.
rest. 4 of you could use a long rest.
I would love a
Anyways,
long rest. I would love it.
Sucks. Not yet. Anyways.
Sucks.
Oh, okay.
Percy, that's your name. Can I? Do you wanna introduce yourself and give a little fun fact and who you're playing and give a little fun fact?
My stupid life. Hold on.
It took a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, I'm Percy. I just put a cookie in my mouth. I apologize.
It's okay.
That's his fun fact.
That's my fun fact. I play Artemi. And my fun fact is that he doesn't write any of his notes in his journal in common.
Oh, what language does he write them in?
Mostly Elven and Sylvan combination, probably.
He is so beautiful. I love him.
Okay, nerd.
Yay.
Sorry.
Fucking nerd. And
You know Druidic. Don't. Most obscure user language in this fucking universe. Don't get started.
Oh my god! Whoa! Whoa!
You know what?
Crazy.
It is kind of like taking an ancient Latin
Why are there
class.
shots being fired here? Fuck, calm down
Hey,
now.
Druidic is Vysaria's first language.
Okay, to be fair, Vysaria lives in a place where they speak it. I don't think it's
And I'm fucking half Elven, so what the fuck do you want?
That doesn't mean you live there. That doesn't mean you live there. What about?
Okay.
I actually
Let's clear the air. I did not come out this with hostility. I want the fucking record to note that, please.
I just personally think that argument is so funny because by that same logic, like me being half Chinese, it's like you're saying you should speak half Chinese. You should speak Chinese. You don't live there.
Jesus Christ, I hate you all.
So that's
Anyways.
so true, though. Thank you.
Who's next?
Can we lock in? Can we lock in, guys?
I'm locked in. I love D&D.
Thank you. James, that's your name. Can you introduce yourself and your character? Give a little fun fact.
Howdy, I'm James. I played Tyric. Fun fact, Tyric's apartment is right above a bakery.
This is true.
Awesome.
It always smells so
Awesome.
good.
It smells very good in the morning.
Yay! Ronan, would you like
By
to
the end of the
introduce
day,
yourself
Tyric
and your
stinks it up.
character?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Nothing.
Real, on God. Honestly, I contact.
It's Ronan's turn.
My name is
It's Ronan's turn.
My name is Ronan. I play Circe. And my fun fact that I have been thinking about, trying to think of one up for like a week, and all I could think of is Circe's favorite kind of dessert is anything with like strawberries in it. She really likes strawberry crepes and like strawberry cake. And she also really likes like Black Forest cake.
What is that?
And she does have a sweet tooth. It's like a chocolate and cherry.
Oh.
Yeah, she likes fruity stuff.
Because she's a little fruity.
She is a little fruity. She's also
This whole
transgender.
party's
if you
really-
didn't know.
This whole party's real fruity. Anyways. Artie, would you like to introduce yourself and your character? Give a little fun fact.
Hi, I'm Artie. I play Rosie. A fun fact about Rosie is that when she was younger, she really liked to go outside and like just soak up the sun on her skin.
Hmm.
Artie, you make me uncomfortable.
Okay. Most ridiculous thing ever.
What the fuck is wrong with that? I don't understand. Artie,
Kai,
I don't like
Would you
those
like to-
implications.
Kai,
worry
would you like
about
to
it.
introduce yourself and your character? Give a little fun fact.
Yeah, no, I guess, yeah. I'm Kai. I play Vysaria, and my fun fact about Vysaria, I am coming up with on the spot. Give me 1 second. Her favorite tea is chamomile tea because she likes to sleep. There we
Like
go.
a cat.
Real as hell.
She's like a cat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, and yes, yeah, and that too.
We got a bunch of cat girls and dog boys in this party.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
This
All right,
is
we don't need to make
true.
it cringe. I'm just kidding.
Yo.
I'm kidding.
It's like
cat girls.
I'm kidding.
I think the ratio is like 4 to 3 of like dogs to cats. Dog coded to
yeah.
cat coded. Anyways, where is his image? Alaric, Jay, That's your name. Introduce yourself and your character. And give a little fun fact.
You did that last time too.
We are the same.
Ugh.
Hi, I'm Jay. I play Alaric, and my fun fact for him this week is that he used to be a devotion paladin.
Ooh, interesting.
Mm.
Oh, that's scrumptious.
Wait a minute.
And last but not least, Will, would you like to introduce yourself and your character? Give a little fun fact.
Oh, sorry. I worked a full shift. I'm not feeling okay. Hello.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Will. I play Lorelai. My fun fact, I've been thinking a lot about sports recently for some reason. And I think that if Lorelai was to ever play a sport, she'd play baseball.
Yeah,
I
I
can
was not
see-
expecting baseball.
I see.
I was thinking softball, but I was like, that's kind of on the nose.
You make her so lesbian if you do that.
You know, she
Yeah.
swings an axe around the same way you would swing around a baseball bat.
I was thinking rugby when you started saying sports,
Ooh, rugby's a
She's-
good one too.
which is also a very lesbian thing of her to do.
Yeah.
What a beautiful
Not
day.
getting the allegations.
No,
Never be
unfortunately
the
not.
allegations. Look
She
at
could
her.
be the little one that taunts
Well,
all.
This is
Larger
the
players.
gayest party in the world. What?
Lorelai's never
No one is
Tyric.
beating
Nice.
any
And then there's
allegations.
Tyric.
No, he's a little fruity.
Yeah.
Not as much as everyone else, but he's still just like a little bit.
Okay.
Anyways.
Odysseus kind of fruity.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
this
well,
is-
the difference between Odysseus and Tyric is that Odysseus would absolutely get pegged by his wife, and I think that Tyric is too the way that he is for that.
Also, Odysseus is incredibly fruity. You guys haven't seen his
Yeah.
diabetes.
You know, we can't get on the Odyssey with the Odyssey guy.
Literally, that's my major in school, basically.
Majoring in the Odyssey.
Basically.
Where is my
So-
playlist? Where's my playlist? There it is.
What's the difference between a legacy version of a spell and the spell?
I have no idea. I'm gonna
One
One
is
be
of the
honest.
new,
legacy
therefore
is-
it's bad. One is old, therefore it's good.
But there's no difference.
Yeah, it's just
It's
that they
new D&D,
released
it
new
sucks.
rules like a few
Something that
months
was
ago, or
re-released.
even
It doesn't
less.
matter.
And so
Doesn't
they
matter
have
which one you
like
pick, as
the
long
new
as,
rule
like, the spell
version and the
description
old
is the
rule
same.
version.
It's new, it's
Anyways, who's ready to play D&D?
Me.
Yay! And I'm gonna switch over to the playlist. Recap.
Whoa,
horrible.
Anyways,
Is that someone cracking a
that's a
beer?
crisp crackle.
That was.
Sorry,
We're
cracking
away
open a
from
cold
my
one
mic.
before D&D.
What do you have?
That was my
What do you have?
Izzy.
Izzy.
My apple Izzy.
Bro, Jay always be cracking open an Izzy. It's not even funny.
It's my favorite little beverage.
I bet you got.
Yay.
I bet you got another one up there too, huh? You got two of them, huh, Jay?
I already finished what I'm called.
Oh yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Right now.
Holy shark.
Anyways, I love D&D.
Anyways, where we last left off, the party set off for Cremari without Ezekiel, leaving him behind, heading off into the woods. Tensions were high, anxieties were high, and you guys encountered the wonderful ruins once more. After a little effort, after a lot of effort actually, and some time, everyone decided they had enough and decided they're going to start shooting the trees. And with shooting the trees arrived larger trees that wanted to kill you guys. And so we went into initiative. We had a very big, long 4-hour combat session, because we have a very big party, where Circe went down, and then Tyric went down. Rosie did a lot of healing, and everyone decided, let's run away, as a third one was approaching. And everyone successfully got away, heading north, and some time later, everyone finally managed to create enough distance to feel comfortable enough to stop, catch their breaths. Some people threw up. Some throw up was a little bit more questionable than others, but not much was said about it. Artemi touched it, and then the topic was dropped. And so Vysaria
reason
and
whatsoever.
Tyric went off further to investigate, eventually coming across what seemed to be an abandoned, overgrown like ruins of what seemed to be a town before starting to head back and then deciding I don't want to head back actually, and then heading back towards the town. And everyone else hung out a little bit. Circe and Alaric had a very stressful conversation. Rosie got to enjoy her time with Tyric's pet, and that's where we left off. And I'm gonna put you guys on the map, and I clicked on the wrong tab. And I have a lovely little roleplay map set up for you guys.
Oh my god.
Yippee!
Yippee! And the only ones present are Artemi, Rosie, Lorelai, Alaric, and Circe, as Tyric and Vysaria are still gone to investigate a little further. And at the top of the initiative, we have all of this group. You guys, what's Artemi up to? How's he feeling? How's he doing?
I gather after the events of, well, not even last night, from like 20 minutes ago. A lot happened. And then the whole thing again with like Circe got dropped, which she kind of let drop also.
Yep.
I don't know if he is doing much right now because he tried to talk to Rosie a little bit and gave up on it pretty quick. Alaric and Circe are doing whatever. Lorelai's off doing whatever. I think he's ruminating. I think he's ruminating and a little bit lost in his own head right now. Yeah, he's brooding and dwelling on things.
They call him the Brooder.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not a very sorry if you can hear the siren outside of my apartment. It's not a it's not a very getting things moving answer, but I don't think he would be up and about too much right now until the others come back to the group. I don't think he would seek them out at the moment.
All is well. I understand.
Yeah.
How's Circe and Alaric doing over there in their little patch of grass?
I think for right now, Circe is just trying to like calm herself down from the panic attack that she was having. And she's just like leaned up against him, head on his shoulder, kind of toying with like the grass underneath her and like the hems of her shirt and stuff like that.
Yeah, Alaric has an arm around her and is sort of idly rubbing at her shoulder while also running through a lot of scenarios in his head. Thinking, trying to figure out
preparing
plan A, B, C, D through Z, the best way to resolve the current situation.
Yay! Okay. How's Rosie doing over there? Moonin is still with you, kind of like perched on your knee while you're feeding him like a mix of berries and nuts.
She's vibing. She's just
Enjoying her time with the bird.
yeah.
Yay! Last but not least, how's
Nothing.
Last but not least, how's Lorelai doing?
What do you think she's doing?
That's so good.
Not so
As
hot.
always, she's doing bad. She's sitting just like kind of on her own by a tree, I think, with like gazing towards the rest of everyone so that she can see them all. But she's just like kind of holding the little bird carving she has, trying to get some kind of comfort out of it. She's having a bad time.
Oh. Yeah. Does
Yeah.
anyone want to have any conversations?
Yeah,
I
we
have some
really
things I
should.
want to do. I have some things that I want to do, but they're gonna wait until we find a place to long rest. So I'm good. For
Yeah, I'm kind of in that same spot.
Okay, everyone's just chilling. Tensions are high. Is there anyone keeping a lookout?
Artemi will after he's snapped out of whatever reverie he's in right now. Kind
Do you
of walk
want
in
to roll
again.
perception?
Yeah, I would love to roll for perception.
Yay!
I'm gonna roll a real dice. I just need to remind myself what my modifier is. 15 plus 3. 18.
Yay! Anyone else?
I'll put it in chat.
I'll go for it.
Call these guys the perceivers. Seven!
A big number 7. Our blessed number.
Yay! This is huge. That's a special number.
One day,
Okay.
Alaric will get rid of that point of exhaustion.
One of these days.
Right.
I'm
Anything else
begging
from
him
you
just to
guys?
leave.
It's not his turn yet.
No.
Okay. Then we're gonna go over to Tyric and Vysaria.
Yes, sir.
And I have a map for you guys.
Yippee!
So, when we last left off, you guys regrouped, had a little bit of a conversation, and you're going back towards the town, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you want
Yeah.
to talk a little bit more and recap that as well?
I feel like Tyric and Vysaria would not talk very much, so we could
Okay.
just
No.
go. Yeah.
Okie dokie. And I do still have Tyric's stealth roll from last session, so no need to worry about that.
Thank God.
And now my tab is too short. Hold on. It won't let me move you guys. Yay! New map time!
Oh,
Yippee!
big map time.
Oh,
Whoa.
Ooh, this
Whoa.
pretty.
We have Vysaria and Tyric down at the very, 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 very tiny little bit southern, southwest corner. By the compass, which is where you guys are going to be coming from. Right?
Interesting.
Vysaria, you are leading, correct?
Yes.
As you, approach back to, the ruins of this abandoned house that you passed by, you see another one a little further ahead. Do you continue onwards?
Yes.
The fog
there
is still
anything-
up, correct?
Yeah, it's still very thick fog, but it's, enough for you to be able to see around you. There's enough of it's not as close to you as it was when you guys were near the ruins, back in the forest. It's cleared up enough for you guys to see a good, clear, 30 feet in front of you to be able to make out things around you. Maybe, 30 to 40 feet. And then further from that, it starts getting a lot, thicker, but you can still, make out things. Make out shapes of things.
They can still make out.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
No.
Never mind then. And you guys should be able to control all your tokens. Vysaria, if you want to pick a direction where you want to go and move Vysaria in that direction.
Yes, sir.
But is there anything you're on the lookout for? Anything you're looking for as you're passing by these houses, these ruins?
I think I'm looking for signs of life.
There's
People
kind of
living
everywhere.
there or who have lived there.
Mhm.
Or are living there currently, really, is what I'm looking for.
Is there anything Tyric's looking for?
Movement.
Okay.
Anything that, if there's a shape in the fog that looks wrong.
Vysaria, roll investigation Tyric roll perception. Don't forget you have a point of exhaustion, so it's with disadvantage.
I want perception. It's my good rolls. It's okay.
Sorry, you're investigating.
No, it's okay. I'll just cry with my 2.
Oh,
it's fine.
You rolled a 2?
No, it's fine.
Okay,
I'm
it's
the
fine, I
worst
guess.
They call me the worst investigator.
In
Oops.
worst gator.
Yeah, in worst gator. Thank you. Thank you,
Mhm.
Percy.
Well, how far into this like town are you going in? Like, are you skirting around the edges of like what seems to be like the end of the town, or are you like entering into like where buildings seem to be more grouped up together?
I would build where buildings are more grouped up together, I would say.
Okay. You do like hear further north like the movement of water, like there's a large river passing by. Do you head in that direction, or do you head in a different direction? Like, what direction are you going?
I head in the direction of the water.
Okay. It's mostly northern. You do hear it very distantly, like towards the east, like maybe it's curving north to east. And like, you know, you spend a lot of time out and traveling through woods and such like that. So you know you get the gist of like guessing like the movement of water and stuff like that. And passing through like all these houses, it seems like there's still a few that still have a few like broken roofs, but still have a like some could be considered shelter, and all of those are the blocks on the map that are colored in. The ones that are not colored in are a little bit too destroyed to be considered safe shelter. And again, everything's like overgrown with moss. Plants have been reclaiming this town. There's still like a little bit of a paved road, especially as you go further towards the river. Like you see a bridge that crosses over it in the distance, paved with cobblestone and such. It is still like overgrown with moss, but very obviously people used to live here. And so far, you have not really found anything that could provide as evidence of people still residing here or people recently being here. What do you guys do?
Tyric wants to inspect like the structure
Which one?
nearest to him. See if it's like let me see. The one he's like standing right next to.
The one that he's like on, that his token is standing on?
Yeah, he wants to just check the roof, see if he can see if there's anything inside.
Yeah. So poking around in one of these little abandoned houses that seems to be like, God, what's the word for it? Like the support beams for the roofs, the roof on this house still seems stable enough that it could be considered shelter. It's still like a little destroyed, a little like fallen apart. There's little bits of rotting wood scattered about, especially like on the roof from per se like rain or like the fog. But it seems from what you can perceive stable enough that you could like spend a night here, though it's not like 100% closed walls and a door. Like these are still like ruins. Ruins.
But
Is
3
there
walls
any
and a roof?
3 walls and a roof. Not 4, but yeah, 3 walls and a roof. No
He was
door.
yeah, very specific on that.
Do you want to investigate a little further? Do you want to roll investigation?
Yeah, I suppose he'll try and see if anything's come through here.
Roll investigation with disadvantage.
That's not great.
5. From
Damn.
what you can
God
tell,
damn it.
from what you can tell, it's mostly like signs of wildlife that you can see here. For example, like you can see a few bugs crawling around within like the rotting floors of like the rotting like wooden panels of the floor. You see a few like sprouts of like plants and bushes peeking through what's left of the floorboards. There's like a caterpillar on one of the leaves. There's like a slug in the moss. Like you see signs of like maybe like a predatory animal like paw prints maybe being here. Um, you find like rat droppings, but no like signs of people that you can find.
He'll walk back outside those.
Do you want to communicate with Vysaria what you found, or do you want to continue looking?
This one seems somewhat suitable.
Do you mean to spend the night?
Rather spend it under a roof with a few walls. Out in the open, back in the woods, doesn't seem like a good idea.
It's as good a place as any. In
I
this
am
town.
a little nervous doing it one further infield.
I'm
I
happy
didn't
here.
notice anyone.
We could take turns sleeping if that's,
Oh, don't worry. I only need 4 hours. And we should get the others over here as well. Let's take a peek over to the other side of the river briefly. Make sure there's no one over there.
Good idea.
Then we should head back, tell them what we found. Decide as a group.
Good idea.
Have you noticed anything?
Not really. It looks very overgrown. Looks like people
Destroyed.
haven't lived here a long time. Yes,
Abandoned.
indeed. But that doesn't mean that there couldn't be travelers, or what are they called? Nomads, making their way just like us.
Or worse.
Or worse.
Let's hope
Criminals in
so.
hiding. But, let us carry onward.
Quietly, though.
You can, but I trust this place a little bit more.
Brave.
I'm walking. We're going.
And you guys start heading towards a little more towards the center of town. It seems like the closer you get to the river and to this bridge, the houses are more ruined. There's less roofs, less walls, more rubble, if anything, and you see this large, like, destroyed but large old structure in the center of town as you approach the bridge. You guys proceed forward. The bridge is still perfectly fine. It seems like the cobblestone was well paved to survive whatever happened here. And crossing the bridge, you guys are met with this very large platform in the center of town, which holds like these two large stakes on either side. Both, like, one of them is completely like snapped, the other one is falling apart, and it seems like there used to be a top connecting beam, but at the bottom of this large platform, you find like the remains of what both of you can easily assume to be a public execution. There's like this old, mossy, like frayed, broken noose still on the platform, like laying along like the top part. It's not hanging from anything. And another one in the dirt. And although it is very, very overgrown, you can see like a few bones poking out of like the moss and like the broken wood and the bushes and such. And it seems like all of the surrounding houses, like encircling this large platform, is almost, if not entirely, completely rubble. What do you guys do?
Can I try and figure out what caused the destruction?
Well, you
Like,
were in the
is it
archives.
burn marks?
Well, you were in the archives. You read about people talking about a large fire in Cremari
Yeah.
from the refugees. Like, do you want to investigate further to see if there's anything more specific you can get from that?
Yeah, he wants to check to see if it does look like it was burned at some point, I suppose.
Mhm.
To, first
Yeah, I
hand it,
guess. Investigation.
Yeah.
They call you the investigator with your 1 point of exhaustion.
Somehow he's doing better than me.
Not horrible.
I mean, it's really easy to like come to the conclusion that it was like there was a fire here, but it seems like this platform doesn't look like it was touched by the fire at all. If anything, maybe it happened after the fire. Because it seems like this platform seems destroyed from age and weather rather than from fire, but all of the surrounding buildings, you can easily like come to the conclusion like, oh, there's wood ash here, and oh, this wood has been burnt in this kind of way. And like, yeah, it's been overgrown and retaken over the past couple years, but like there's scorched wood and such, especially in this specific area. How far that fire reached, you're not entirely sure. But it's easy to come to the conclusion like, yeah, there was a big fire here. You're not sure exactly how big, but whatever happened with this fire, it seems like the platform was built after it.
The reports mentioned a beast of some sort, a hellhound.
Mm-hmm.
Can I check for tracks?
Tracks?
Tracks, like prints, animal tracks, large footprints.
I'd say as you're like starting to poke around more into the dirt and such, with your roll, you're able to find remnants of very, very large paw prints. You find some of them kind of cross and step over each other, like maybe something was passing through a little bit like more recently. Like they feel a little bit more fresh in the moss and the mud and the dirt. Roughly from what you can compare from the first fight that you guys had in the woods with those big wolves, roughly, if not maybe bigger than those wolves, from what you can remember their size being and the prints that they left in the dirt.
Okay.
That's what you can get.
He pulls out his journal and makes a quick copy of the paw print into his notes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He pulls out his journal and makes a sketch of the paw print for his notes.
Sorry, you can see him doing this.
The giant beast may not have been exaggeration.
How do you figure that?
He just points at the paw print.
Yes, that is a pretty big paw print indeed.
Larger than the wolves we fought.
Yes. Do you think it's fresh? Like,
Some of them look old. Some of them look fresh. I don't like the implications.
And Tyric, while you were looking around, you were able to find smaller ones too. Whether they were like babies or like a different like species of like mammal. It's kind of hard to tell. But like, same number of toes and roughly same shaped toe pads.
Multiple
Could
similar
be
tracks varying in size. I would not like to think of these creatures multiplying.
well, as all living things do.
They didn't exactly strike me as living.
That's a good point.
And something like that being able to make more of itself.
Sounds very dangerous.
One more thing before we go.
Okay.
He's going to walk towards the central platform,
Mhm.
keeping a careful distance, of course. He wants to try and look at the bones that are left there.
What are you looking for?
Whose bones are they? Are they human? Maybe another species?
How well versed is Tyric in the anatomy and bone structure of humans and other species of like anthropomorphic species? What?
He's probably
What's
seen
his
a lot
grade?
of bodies.
Like, yeah,
He's probably seen a lot of
bodies, but
and he's probably
is he
seen a
well
lot of
versed enough?
dead bodies. I
Yeah,
don't know
but
how
is he
much.
well versed
He's not
enough
an
in
expert.
bone structures?
Maybe in discerning from the skull, he might be able to tell something. He's done some minor detective work based off of like a body he found in the woods at some point.
Okay. I'd say
He might not be able to tell like the age or
Mhm.
anything else like that, but he might be at least be able to tell some things.
I'd say with your investigation roll, these bones seem to belong to something like an adult human equivalent. Like, not necessarily human race, but like not like an anthropomorphic race. Like, not tabaxi, not Aarakocra, like more leaning towards elven, half elf, human, anything within that spectrum. You are unable to find like a skull, but you do find no skull. You do find like remnants of like you find a few like rib bones of like a rib cage, specifically like you find a few of the like bottom ribs. You find like a few handfuls scattered around like vertebrae. You find like one bone that could be like within like I don't know what it's called, but like where your calf is.
Oh, okay.
There aren't like a lot, but it seems like it was at least one or two like adult person in terms of like size and variety. You're unsure if it's either a lot of a lot of these scattered bones are all from the same person or could be like an extra person. Like you don't find two femur, like you don't find like an extra femur or anything like that. But based on the size of this platform and like the spacing between the bones, either that like this one person was spread out or there was two separate people.
Okay. He's gonna try and get a good angle, like looking at them, where he can see like the biggest like spread. He get the best angle, and then he's gonna try and sketch them out carefully. Like take 5 minutes to do so. And as he's like doing it, he's gonna ask, "Do you have any way of detecting magic?"
That's a good question. Can I roll to perceive if there's magic?
You can roll Arcana.
Okay, yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Sure, yeah. Please, dear God. Please, dear God. Oh, thank you. Fuck. It was about to be a nat 1. It was about to be a nat 1.
Nice.
Damn, with no modifier, you got lucky.
Thank fucking God.
That's real lucky there.
I swear, it was teetering for a second, and I was like, please give me that 19.
With your Arcana roll, you don't feel any remnants of magic here, like on the bones, on the platform, or like in this, like where you are specifically investigating. It seemed like this Cremari has very obviously been ruins for years. Even if there was magic, it's long gone. Specifically like on these people or like on this platform or like in this town square or anything. But what you do feel is like you're being watched.
Sick. Okay, that's a feeling that we're used to at this point in the woods.
Yeah, like a little bit.
Okay. Tyric is like trying to do like an archaeology police sketch of this. Do you want him to make like a sleight of hand to try as he's trying to get this as accurate as possible?
I need you. Like, are you trying to like put together a person based on what few bones?
No. He's trying to draw a accurate representation of the scene, like the placement of the bones, how the bones look. Right.
I see.
Like he's drawing like a crime. He's drawing a picture of a crime scene, basically.
I'd say roll. Let me think. What's a good thing to make you roll? I feel like insight or intelligence.
Insight's better.
Okie dokies.
Not horrible. Okay. I really hate that I am exhausted.
Oops, shouldn't have went down.
Oops, should have hit me.
That's my job. Anyways.
I'm sorry.
I'd say from what you can gather and from what you can kind of like painting a picture from the scene and the spacings of things is how do I describe this? That very obviously there was a fire. This platform was made afterwards. And I'd say with your insight roll as your like detective working, connecting these dots, you can pick up like, oh wait, that bone is a different size than that bone. Maybe there were two people and one of them was like a taller end human or like person and one of them was a shorter end human. Like, for example, like, that bone is too big to be attached to a leg bone that bone is too small to be attached in the same body as that leg bone for, like, this average size person based on this bone. Like, this leg bone. So probably 2 people, and the size of the stage kind of justifies it. Either one after the other, or both at the same time, were hung for whatever reason this town deemed fit. And afterwards, whether quickly after, or like a long time after, this town was abandoned. So obviously there were people in this town to do this after things were burned down. I'd say you can paint a pretty good scene, but you don't really know motivations or anything why.
It's a very cold case.
Yeah, unless you want to, like, unless Tyric is the type of character to assume that these people are the people that caused the fire.
He might think they took the blame for the fire, but he's not sure if they were the cause. He thinks the town certainly thought they were, though.
But I'd say Tyric has, like, enough years of experience under his belt to, like, sketch up something relatively decent that is visibly makes sense.
As he finishes, he'll, like, close his notebook, put it away.
Does Vysaria want to share what she found with her Arcana check?
Yes. Tyric, it looks there's like as if there is no remnants of magic. However, I do feel that we are being watched. It's the same feeling we had when we were traversing the woods.
I would like to get these to someone who could examine them, but I don't want to disturb anything here. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think we should bring them back to Circe.
Do you
Does
think it would
Vysaria
risk
know that
upsetting
she collects
anything?
bones?
I mean, I think Vysaria has enough. I mean, in my opinion, I think Vysaria has enough logical reasoning skills to determine that what Circe did was necromancy and bones are dead things.
Yeah, okay.
So I think that's the route that she was going.
Good justification.
Thank you.
And not just the fact that Ronan is saying, give me the bones over and over and over again.
I want the bones!
wasn't
Give me the
even reading
bones!
it.
Give me the bones! Give me the
I wasn't
bones!
even reading it. I wasn't even reading it, actually. That's so crazy. I was just... Me and Ronan have the same brain. We're actually telepathically connected.
We're telepathically communicating. I'm brain blasting Kai right now. Give me the bones! Give me the bones! Give me the bones! Give me the bones! Yeah, we're brain blasting right now.
Correct.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I think you're probably right on that. There's... Which bone to take, though?
As many as we can carry, I would assume. Anything will help.
There is some superstition over disturbing a place of rest. I'd like to be as unintrusive as possible. We don't know what's going on here. Even if there isn't any magic, well, something else could be at play.
Fair enough.
Is there a bone that's like, doesn't look like it's like partially submerged or covered in the dirt?
Not really. It's been years.
So there's nothing he could just like pick up like real easily. He'd have to like pull it or Big one
they're
out.
either like a little buried by like rubble or dirt, or there's like something growing over it, like a bush that you'd have to like move out of the way a little bit. But like these have very obviously been here for years.
Some mages have the ability to touch things without touching things. The magic hand, I believe it's called. Do you have that spell?
He's talking about Mage Hand Kai.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So he's asking me to use mage. I don't think I have.
He's asking
mage
if you
hand.
have the spell.
I do not. Sorry, Tyric, I do not have that spell.
Hmm.
I don't think. I can double check.
What's the closest
Shoddy,
bone?
do you not have your sheet open?
Answer. No, I do. I just like. I was in the spells category because I didn't. You know. No, I don't have mage hand. Sorry.
What's the closest piece of bone, Fern?
I'd say probably like a small group of ribs.
Nothing
That you see, like,
ventured,
poking
nothing
out.
gained. He'll go for the closest one and carefully take it. Gingerly.
Do you want to roll sleight of hand, or do you want to just go for it?
Yes. No, go for it.
Okay. Pulling it out, it seems like two of the ribs are like still connected at the bottom. It's like that very bottom portion of rib where they start like, you know what I mean, man. But you pull out this like little chunk of rib. It pulls out of the dirt pretty easily. Is a little dirty. It's yellowed. It's very old, very dirty. Do you just put it in your bag?
Does he have like a rag?
Yeah,
Or
you would
some
have a
sort
rag.
of. Okay. He'll try and wrap the rib bones up in the rag.
Mhm.
And then hold them. Not keeping them like with the rest of his things, holding them separately.
Okay.
Let's make our way back post haste.
After you.
Do you guys keep an eye out for anything on the way back, or do you just
Oh,
beeline
fuck
it
yeah.
straight back?
Yes.
Anything in
Yes.
particular?
Movement that's
Any
not
danger.
fog.
Keeping Tyric's perception roll. Can you roll perception for Vysaria as you guys head back?
Yes. Yes. They call me the perceiver.
The perceiver.
Wait. Yes, sir. Dirty stinky 20.
Yay!
Dirty stinky 20 with my new +5 I just got. Fuck yeah. Sorry. I've been waiting. I like to be the perceiver.
Mm-hmm. And as you guys start heading back, Tyric, you don't really notice anything on the way back, but Vysaria, as you like cross the bridge and start heading towards the end of the town, you feel like you're being watched again. A little bit closer this time. You kind of turn around, and you just barely, out of the corner of your eyes, manage to catch like what looks to be like a small fox, and the second you turn around, it darts off. And you hear the movement of like probably the trot of another like small canine. Do you say anything or do you continue?
Can I tell that it might not be like, you know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Can I tell that it could be a druid?
There's you as a druid that wild shapes, you know that it's really hard to tell if an animal you see is a wild shaped druid or not until like you interact with it or like it does something in particular or you do like I'd say maybe like a very very good roll certain check on it. Like this was a very like quick split instance that it you could interpret it as such and Vysaria has reasoning to believe such, but you don't have any evidence to prove such.
Okay. But I can still see one of them, right? Like the one you
Nope.
said that was.
It darted off.
Oh, it left. Okay.
Yeah, like the second that you turned to look in its direction and like you saw it and it saw that you saw it and it saw you, it darted off.
I'm gonna turn to Tyric and say, we may not be completely alone. So we should take more caution than previously. Yeah, I'm tired. Sorry, boys.
Great roleplay.
Something
Thank you.
dangerous?
What'd you say? Sorry.
Something dangerous?
Potentially, but, that's up for discussion, depending on what they do. Right now, it would seem we have some woodland creatures following us.
Ah. I see.
So
Well,
just some caution as we make our way back to the group.
should we take a detour?
No, they will follow us wherever we go. So, if they are following us. So, just be prepared for anything as you normally are.
I'm prepared for most things. But this so far has been wildly out of my comfort zone.
Yes, well, let us continue.
Not every day I get punched by a tree.
That's what happens when you start the fight. Unfortunately. She says with a little bit of attitude.
Do you guys just beeline it back then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Continuing back, keeping your rolls, you don't find anything else particularly out of the ordinary. I'd say Vysaria is able to, like with her perception roll, she's able to catch probably one other like feeling of being watched and then peeking and seeing another little fox and it darts off before you guys leave the edge of the town. And then you start returning to where the group is. Do you have any conversation on the way back or do you wait until you get back?
Nah, we are only business around these parts.
Only business.
Yes, sir.
And back
Professionals.
to everyone else. As you guys are kind of hanging out, chilling, Vysaria and Tyric return from the northern woods.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
They're back. And now they're on the map.
Oh my god.
Everyone
Wow,
is
look at
hanging
them.
out together. And you guys return.
Everyone's here.
It seems like Moonin is still having a very good time with Rosie.
Traitor.
Whatever. I feel like these guys are
Artemi
chill. I'm gonna scooch them up.
probably notices them coming in because he's keeping watch, and it also seems like they're coming from that side.
Artemi would notice
He'll-
them first, but eventually everyone else sees them.
Yeah, he'll wave his hand up when he spots them. Silent greeting. Did you guys find anything?
We found the ruins of what is most likely Cremari.
but no danger.
We're being watched and potentially followed, but
By what?
I don't know. What were we being followed by?
Vysaria.
What did he? I'm so sorry. It cut out for me. What did he say? My bad.
What were we being followed by?
Oh, many little foxes. Every time I would turn around, and see them, they would dart away, which is normal for foxes, but it's kind of odd that there was so many of them. You know?
Not something you would be familiar with? Is it possible they're, I don't know, like you? Wait, do I know? You can
Like me is crazy. You just say,
why is
say
that crazy?
druid. Artemi, just say druid.
Why is that? Why are we acting like druid racism is real in the real world? Can they do what you do? It doesn't necessarily mean are they a druid. It's like, can they shapeshift? Is it any sort of shapeshifting?
I think Artemi is base.
Preach.
Just saying, are they like
Preach.
you?
Don't listen.
Preach.
Are they like me? That's like saying you're kind. Like,
No, I don't think that's the same. I don't think that's the
okay,
same.
no, you're right. You're right.
Do they
You're
have
right,
the
you're
same abilities as you? Whatever.
right. They like me.
Fuck my life,
Crazy.
right?
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I
Take
love.
a break.
Sorry, I love pretending to be upset about druidism being brought up incorrectly.
Unreal.
Yes. Sorry. Stop laughing. I can't.
Lock in.
focus.
Lock in,
Are
guys.
you saying that to yourself?
Yes. Percy, I'm talking to Will. It's most certainly possible, and that was what my first thought went to, was that they were druids. Considering how, druids are involved in the events that we are investigating back in Euro, and, Cremari was having the same problems that Euro is having. So, I'm just trying to piece the puzzle together and assuming that they are most likely druids. But I could just be paranoid, so there is that.
They didn't seem hostile.
No, but if they are druids, they were shapeshifting into foxes, which are very docile creatures. So.
Okay.
They were probably more scouting, if anything. Seeing who we were, where we were going, why we were here, etc.
So, would you two think it's safe in the town at all, or should we stay here?
There are a few structures that have 3 walls and a roof, but I don't know. On one hand, the ruins are potentially infested with who knows what. On the other hand, the woods are most definitely infested with murderous trees.
Fair point.
I would like to put it up to a vote for the group. If we're all going to be doing this together, we should all decide together.
Sure. Seems fine enough, I think.
Or, like I said, a few structures we could use to spend the night in. We should immediately, post haste in the morning, leave.
It didn't seem like, if they are druids, it didn't seem like they were taking residence there at all, or just abandoned buildings, or...
There were no signs of human residence. However, you remember that note of former residents of Cremari claiming there was a giant hellhound when the town was destroyed.
Yes.
I found tracks of a beast larger than those wolves we fought.
Huh.
They
That
looked
means...
recent.
Yeah. They couldn't have been from all those years ago. I mean, they don't last that
There were
long.
a few that were quite old, and a few that were fresh, so to speak.
Huh, okay. Well, we should keep watch then, but probably be to the middle of the woods. We'll check with the others, like you said.
Anything happen?
No. Well, not really. I think Moonen's been a bit spoiled. The others have fucked off, I don't know. I mean, we
I
could
do
see
have to
them.
say, everyone is close enough to be able to hear your normal volume conversation.
Yeah,
If
they
anyone wants
still
to like add
fucked off a
anything.
little bit. I mean, they're not talking. We're not chilling together right now. So
I mean, we kind of are. I mean, at least I thought so.
kind of are what?
Chilling together. We're all
Well, we're all in the same spot now, but like Circe and Alaric were together. Lorelai was off by herself.
okay. Okay.
I just
fair
mean we
enough.
weren't like
Talking.
discussing or anything.
Mhm.
Everyone kind of did their own thing for a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. You didn't empty the whole bag, did you?
I look over. Did she?
Um.
That the answer is yes.
Did you?
Would he, if she would have just kept continuously feeding him whenever he looked like he wanted some. So if that would have
So, yeah.
emptied the bag, then yeah.
The bag is done.
But it's empty.
They were
So I see a
gone for
very
roughly like
sheepish-
an hour and a half. So yeah, that bag is empty.
So I see a very sheepish Rosie and a very fat.
No, she's not sheepish. Let me be clear. She feels no guilt.
That bird of
But
yours is a bit of a glutton. I think.
Need to tell me. He finds a sucker and, well, does what he does best.
Is he calling her a sucker within her earshot?
Yes.
Crazy work.
Absolutely, he is.
She's gonna kind of turn to him when he says that.
That was treats for a whole month worth of.
And Tyric, now
It's
you
not
know
your
that he's going to
fault.
be bitching for treats for the next 3 weeks.
Yes,
Because you're probably
it's
not going to
your
have a place to
fault.
get by more.
He is very charismatic when it comes to getting treats. You, and he just stares at Moonin.
He like rotates
I'm
his
not gonna
head
have any
45
more
degrees.
For a very long time after this. Happy?
He like ruffles his feathers up and like flaps his wings a little bit. And then he like flies and hops on top of Rosie's head. And then he loafs.
Are you two okay? He'll say in the direction of Alaric and Circe.
Alaric glances down at Circe to see if she is in fact still awake or if she dozed off.
She's awake. I don't think she really processed that Tyric was talking to her.
We're fine.
What do you think? Sleep out in the open? Or in a fox and monster infested village?
Tendable position's always better than exposure on all sides.
Wise words. Prophet, saint, any thoughts?
Will might still be cleaning his desk.
No, I'm.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry, I'm good.
Oh yay!
Monster. Sorry.
Nature like me.
Do you want to go first?
Oh, I was gonna. I mean, wolves beat giant trees, I feel like. Or if the hellhounds are in Cremari, like you say.
We didn't see any, mind you, but the risk is there. I do agree with you. I'll take a wolf over a tree any day of the week.
Well, I certainly wouldn't mind getting semi-indoors for some rest.
That is the key word there. It's not exactly the greatest shelter, to warn you all.
What, not a 3-star hotel in the abandoned, burnt-down village?
For an abandoned, burnt-out village, I consider it a 4. But it is an
Okay.
abandoned, burnt-out village.
I'll keep my hopes up then.
Yes. Hopefully they'll have an open bar.
He scoffs and he starts picking up his shit and getting ready to go. It seems like there's a general group consensus.
Alright then. Head out, please. Let's get ready to head out.
Certainly.
Okay, what's your marching
Is
order?
everyone feeling
As
okay
long as
to move around right now still?
Percy,
It
can
looks
you
like
repeat
there's
the
a
question?
yes. I was asking if everyone was feeling okay to move around
Oh,
right now. We
I
got slept
am.
around a bit, so just checking.
Alaric will glance at Circe and say, "Ready to go?"
It's as ready as I can be, I think.
All right, get you some rest.
Mhm.
And he will help her up to her feet.
Tyric will approach the two of them. Circe, we found, well, the reports of an execution taking place were also correct. We found remains underneath the stage, and he'll hold out the wrapped up bones. Don't know if you'd like to take a look.
Gonna roll something. Okay. I think you see Circe try and like keep a blank face. But something in her face lights up with interest when you hand that over. It's a little weird, it's a little creepy and a little morbid, but she takes the bones and she unwraps them. And she just starts looking them over. Were these the only ones you found, or were there more?
We can discuss it more once we're back in shelter, but there were at least 2 cadavers. I did a sketch of the scene, but I don't think it'd be safe to go near there again tonight.
Okay. Are you looking for some sort of insight from me about these? What are you looking for here?
Anything.
I believe I would have to see the entire skeletal structure to make any sort of assumptions about what happened or who these people were or anything like that.
Perhaps in the morning before we leave, you can take a brief visit.
All
But
right.
these, I don't think these 2 died well.
Well, if you said that it was an execution, obviously not.
No skulls.
No skulls. Did you
No
check
skulls.
the entire area?
The area around the stage, yeah.
Well, if we can't find them nearby, I would make the assumption that whoever killed these people wanted to keep a trophy of sorts. Sorry.
Could it be possible they took them to disturb their rest?
I wouldn't be able to know unless I knew whatever religion these people follow. It's possible. Fern, question.
Yeah.
In the wider church religion, is it important to have the whole bodies together for burial and rest? I know that in some cultures it's very important to keep the whole body together.
Like specifically within the Church of Itadantes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Buried whole, rest well, go to heaven, yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. If whoever did this follows the Church of Itadantis, yes, it would be important that the entire body stays together, and it could be a sort of vengeful separation. But once again, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to solidify their intentions without talking to them.
I doubt you're going to find many witnesses.
Well, I didn't think I would, but I can take a closer look at the. I can take a closer look at the bodies tomorrow morning, and I can make judgments if I can, to see if the only thing that killed them was the execution, if it was a beheading, if there were any kind of other wounds, but I'm not going to be able to make a lot based on like their motivations or anything based on this.
I can tell you they were at least hung.
At least hung. Okay.
I don't know if the bodies were decapitated post-mortem.
Okay. I will take a look at them tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Alright. I'll take point. Everyone, be careful.
Yay. What is the marching order?
Tyric's in front.
Circe stays with Alaric.
Yeah.
I imagine
Okay,
Rosie
where's-
somewhere in.
Artemi will probably watch the end then.
Call him the
Vysaria will be
flank watcher.
behind Tyric because, they were both there. And so, I don't know. We're leading the charge, I guess.
Okay, so if you're also leading, you'd be next to Tyric.
Yippee!
Alaric
Artemi's in
would
the-
would try to keep him and Circe behind the church people to keep his eye on them.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
Tyric,
Lorelai's gonna stick with Rosie.
so Tyric, Alaric, Lorelai, Rosie, Alaric, Circe. Did I just misspeak?
I
Yeah.
just
You're
made the marching order on the screen.
I feel like my brain gave out.
No,
yeah, it
guessing
kind of
game.
sounded like it.
Where's Lorelai?
Yeah.
Lorelai's
Oh my
right there.
I don't
Lorelai's
see
right
her.
next to Rosie.
I don't.
I see
don't her
Vysaria
either.
next to Rosie.
Yeah, I only see
You're
Vysaria.
still loading, maybe you
I see
reloaded.
Vysaria right
Because
here.
I see Lorelai right next
Yeah.
to
I
her.
don't see her either.
She's
I'm
What
gonna-
the hell?
Screenshot.
I'm gonna
Oh,
read-
Well,
Reload.
as long as stream can
oh,
see
there
her.
she is.
I'm
All right,
reloading
she's
it.
back. Before it looked like this, but she just loaded in now.
Okay, yeah, it's good now.
Yeah, that's what I
Everyone
saw.
looking above Lorelai's head, being like, "Where's Lorelai?"
She's gone missing.
Oh my god, no!
I'm there.
All right. Any other conversation before you guys head off?
Mm,
I'm good.
I think before everyone heads off, Lorelai is gonna go up to Artemi, and she's gonna hand back his water skin. Just be like, kind of awkwardly, thanks, before heading back to stand next to Rosie.
He'll sort of give a little, like, dismissive hand wave and be like, "Don't worry about it."
Yeah.
Not mean dismissive, just like,
Mhm.
like don't even, like, not even an issue.
Mhm, mhm.
No need to thank me.
Jesus fucking Christ. Sits up in my gamer chair. Time to walk.
You ladies alright?
You ladies alright. Oh.
Alrighty. Now we're on the Cremari map.
Wow.
As you guys continue on north, you guys are greeted with like the same distant scene of like ruins of houses and such, and as you guys approach, you guys all see the same things that Vysaria and Tyric saw. These like very overgrown ruins of houses. There's a few like scattered among like this outer edge that you pass by that seem a little bit more stable than the ones further off into the distance that you can see. Some still have roofs and such. All the ones that are colored in have roofs or can be seen as shelter of some sort. Do you guys go directly to the same one that Tyric found, or do you try to find another safer one that's a little further out from the center?
Tyric will probably. There's the one that's like right next to him on the map right now. He'll check that one out briefly. I don't know if he already looked through that one on the first visit.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said?
He'll want to check out the one that's right next to him on the current map.
Okay.
I don't know if he's checked that one out yet.
You did not. Like this one or like the teeny tiny one that's on his corner?
The one that's still intact there.
Like the bigger one or the teeny tiny
The
one that's
bigger
right
one.
next to? Okay.
The bigger one.
So heading over, Tyric leads the party to a small little like ruined, like overgrown, kind of falling apart like house, but you know, 3 walls and a roof. There's not a door, just like remnants of scattered, like rotting and like overgrown mossy wood, like laying in the dirt, and a few like cobble stone like rocks peeking out through the dirt. Like maybe there used to be like a paved path, but not really anymore. It's a little too overgrown. You know, weather and such, erosion, etc. Do you want to roll investigation, or do you just want to throw everyone in there?
Yeah, he's gonna check it out first. Investigate it.
Do you want to roll investigation?
Uno momento. Where's my damn thing? Tanner.
I'd say you'd find like relatively the same things that you found in the other house. Like 3 walls and a roof. It's old, overgrown, probably not comfortable, but you guys can make a small little safe spot here to rest. You don't find anything suspicious or find any signs of like a person living here besides like maybe a few bugs, maybe like remnants of like another animal's shit or like an old meal or something.
Does this seem alright for everyone?
Artemi shrugs. No issues here.
Very well then. Welcome to Hotel Le Cremari.
Rosie looks like she wants to
Wow.
fucking cry.
Rosie's gotta sleep in the dirt now.
I have a spare bedroll. I don't need mine, if anyone wants one.
Rosie's gonna look at you with big eyes.
We are getting some,
Does Rosie
some
use her
subtle
eyes?
hints.
No, but I don't
Is she
have a
thinking about
bedroll.
it?
She's thinking. If you would be so gracious as to lend me yours.
Like, just chucks it at her.
Shucks it.
Damn.
my
Roll
goodness.
dexterity. Roll
Underhand.
dexterity.
Underhand.
Who? Which one?
Rosie. Does she catch
Bam.
it?
It hits her in the face.
Roll dexterity.
Dexterity. Or sleight of hand if you're proficient. Which I know you're not.
Bit of hand. I'll have you know I'm half proficient.
It was proficient mean.
Oh, jack of all
It's your
trades.
average.
It's because he's a bard.
Oh.
I'll have you know that boosts my +1 to a +2. Anyways, it's a 12 total.
Yeah, you catch it.
Awesome.
All right. Watches. I'm more willing to take first the morning watch. I only need 4 hours, so whoever wants to take watch before then, wake me up in 4, and I can take the remainder.
I can take first watch. I was already looking at earlier.
Are we doing the thing where we stack people on watches? Like 3 watches, 2 people per watch?
That's
We
up to
should-
you guys.
We could talk about that in
Preferably,
character.
I was just wondering if that's how it was gonna go, like style wise.
Well, people can always volunteer.
That's up for you guys to discuss. In
Yeah.
character.
Preferably, we would have 2 people per watch.
I can stay up for a watch.
Good.
All right. So, Artemi,
Realistically.
Rosie, first watch.
Okay.
Who would like to take a middle?
I can.
All right. Anyone want to help with that?
I will.
All right. And who wants to take last with me?
I can.
All right then.
Can I get your guys' watch order? So who's on the first watch together?
Me and Rosie.
Okay. We have Artemi plus Rosie. And then second watch?
Yeah, that's Vysaria and Alaric.
Vysaria and Alaric.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
And then Tyric and Circe for the last watch.
Tyric plus Circe. Yay! 8 hours split into 3 chunks. Math in my head. You guys, that's like what, 2.5 hours each watch?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, like
well,
2.5 hours each
Tyric's
watch.
taking a 4-hour watch, technically.
Okay. 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 Math in my head.
What are you doing, man? Why would you do that?
I'm
What do you
reading. Anyways.
No, math in the head.
Okay. You guys are free to continue on with your roleplay. Like, do you want to just go straight into your watches, or do you want to talk anymore?
I would like to do something.
Mm-hmm.
I think, Circe's gonna, like, kind of stand there a little awkwardly for a second and kind of watch everyone get set up for their respective watches and bedtimes. And then, with a look on her face like she's gonna throw up and die, he's gonna walk over to Lorelai. Excuse me, Prophet, would you mind if we stepped out for a quick word?
I don't think this is like something you have to roll for or anything, but you can like tell immediately. She's not very good at hiding it, but she looks a little bit so scared.
Like I'm gonna kill her.
She's like, okay. She like looks to Rosie.
And did Rosie hear this?
I don't know.
I wasn't speaking quietly, so I would assume.
I mean, unless you say you're whispering, I'm just going to assume
Yeah.
you're speaking at a normal volume, and if you're speaking at a normal volume in this closed of a space, everyone can hear you.
Yeah.
If Lorelai is looking at Rosie, then she'll kind of like look Circe up and down and then kind of like narrow her eyes and like a be careful sort of like look.
Lorelai's just gonna nod. And then, yeah, go back to Circe, like, yeah, okay.
Okay. I think Circe's gonna kind of lead her like just outside, like not too far away from everyone, because she doesn't want to look like she's taking her to the woods to kill her or something.
Mm-hmm. But like
but
like
far
on
enough
the other
away
side
that like,
of the wall.
but like yeah,
Or
like
do you-
far enough away that she can like have a private conversation without people like listening in.
Mm-hmm. Okay, question. Do you like position yourself where there is a wall between you and the party, or that open space of like that missing wall?
I want us to still be in view because again I don't want it to look like I'm leading her
Gonna
off
kill her?
to kill her. I want it to look like we're genuinely just having a conversation. I think she's gonna like look for like she's gonna look for like a log or something that the two of them can sit on and just talk.
What is the, like, Vigilantes equivalent of this?
If
Wait,
I may,
what's
Fern, we have been raided.
Oh, holy shit, what?
Whoa!
When did that happen? Oh! Holy shit.
Sorry about that.
Hello,
Hello.
Ingen Liar, once
Hello.
again!
Hello!
Thank you for the
Hello.
Welcome!
We're playing D&D. Everyone's in a weird little
Greetings.
town right now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fun.
Fuck around.
About to have a very tense
Circe's
conversation.
taking Lorelai out into the woods to kill her.
No, that's just not true. That's just not
Thank
true.
you guys very much. Isn't there like a command? I always forget
We
what
have-
it is. Is it?
uh,
Yay! Yeah. It's shout out.
Yeah.
I remember. I always forget what it is, and I always forget that it exists. But
And
thank you very
then
much
for the people
raid.
who are just now joining, there is this. Oh, it didn't do it. There it goes. And then this.
Lorelai knows what she did.
She does.
Ooh.
More like she knows what Circe did. Let's just be so
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
Right.
Um.
Getting back into
yeah.
it. Will, you had a question about Vigilantes, like the church?
Yeah. What would the equivalent of the sign of the cross be?
Of the
Sign
what?
of the cross.
The sign of the
The sign of the cross. I feel like it would be the exact same thing, like your forehead, your chest, your shoulders, because the symbol of Vigilantes is technically a cross. Like there is a cross in the symbol. There's just like more added to it, so you can still do the sign of the cross.
Crossing yourself before talking to someone's crazy work.
Yeah.
Is it in view of Circe? Like, can Circe see it, or does she turn around? Well, it is forehead, chest, shoulder.
Forehead, chest, shoulder, and then there should be like a C shape. Isn't there like a C or like a circle in the?
There's a circle around the cross. There is a circle
Yeah.
around the cross in like the symbol. So I feel like let's canonize this right now. Forehead, chest, shoulder, and then from your circle you do like a little circle around your head, and then you do a little prayer. Does she like turn around to do this, or does Circe see her do this?
I think as she's like following Circe outside in front of her.
So Circe's back there and she does the sign of a cross.
She's back there and she's like, oh, deep breath. And she does the sign of the cross.
Considering Rosie is like probably the most cautious about this happening, she would see like Lorelai's hand movements from her back and tell that she's doing that.
Awesome. Really awesome.
So awesome.
And you guys split off. Have your little conversation. Do you want to make sure you're far enough that you're out of earshot, or do you want to try whispering a little closer?
I don't want anyone to be able to hear us.
Okay. You guys get a little further away. Make sure you're out of earshot and such.
Mm-hmm.
You may proceed.
Yeah, and I think she just like finds a log or something for them to sit on, and she like pats the space next to her.
Yeah, Lorelai like stares for a second and then goes to sit down.
It's kind of funny to me that you are so scared to speak to me. I feel like I am in a much more precarious position than you are right now.
Mm. I don't think she says anything to that. Just kind of like shrugs a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, I. I am in a very, very difficult position right now. And I must admit, I am doing damage control by speaking to you right now. I did something in front of you that you could very well get me executed for. And I was hoping we could have a conversation. And I was hoping somehow I could convince you to see me as a person and not as the acts I've committed. But I believe I need to do that by also addressing you as your own person. I have kept my distance from you, and I would say I've treated you with respect, but it's more caution than anything, and I have not treated you as anything other than the prophet. But right now, I am speaking to you as Circe speaking to Lorelai. And I truly and sincerely hope we can come to an understanding if I explain to you how I have started doing what I've done. And hopefully you can see that I am, in fact, just a person doing what I can. Will you allow me to explain myself to you?
I think you can very clearly tell that when you like address her as like a person, it takes her off guard. Like she's very much like on edge in this moment. But like her like shoulders relax a little bit. And she's like really looking at Circe. And I think it like she like is like thinking for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then she just goes, if you know it's so bad, why do it?
I want to tell you a story of a little girl who was raised by a cardinal in a very traditional household who barely ever spoke to her father, whose mother was kind until she wasn't. I want to tell you a story about a little girl who went outside to play one day and stumbled across a secluded section of the garden where the trees were thick and the underbrush covers anything that falls there. And I want you to picture this little girl, only 10 years old, stumbling across the skeleton of a cat. I want you to imagine what it is like for a child with no friends and a family who was distant at best to find something like this. And I want you to imagine this little girl getting close just to get a look, because this is the first time she's ever come in contact with death. And I want you to imagine how she felt when, as she reached out to put a hand on these bones, magic pours out of her for the first time. And out springs a fully put together purring cat. This big cat, almost bigger than the girl, who immediately wraps around her and shows her more love than her family had in years. And I want you to understand that that little girl assumed that because she was raised the way that she was, that this cat was a gift from the gods to her, for she had suffered enough, for she had been lonely enough, that they decided that she needed a companion. And now I want to show you something. And she's going to reach her hands out, and she does that thing, I've described this in a previous session, but she reaches her hands out and kind of holds them out in front of her, and the tattoos on her hands glow in this gentle light. And then it looks like blood and bones and sinew pour out of her and create this big, fluffy cat right in front of her. It's Moros. I have described him before, but for those who are unaware, he is this big, very, very, very big Maine Coon cat. Like pit bull-sized Maine Coon cat. Black and gray, kind of tabby patterning with like these huge eyes. And I think he looks a little disgruntled. I think before she resummoned him to her, he was probably digging through Alaric's pantry, and she took him away from that, and he's a little displeased by it.
He has something in his mouth.
Yeah. And I think she was like doing this really serious moment, but as soon as she sees that, she's like, "What do you have in your mouth?"
He swallows.
Anyways, I was that little girl, and this was that cat. I want you to try and understand that I did not choose this, but I do not understand why the church is so against the act of necromancy, because it is, to me, something that is natural, and the magic comes to me so very naturally. More natural than any other kind of spellcasting. And it brought me the one thing in my entire life, 26 years, that has loved me unconditionally and has put its trust in me, and I have put my trust in it. I understand that what I have done is illegal, but I do not consider it something bad, which I know we may disagree on, but I wanted you to understand why I feel the way I do about this type of spell. And I think Circe's hands are visibly shaking, like she is very scared. And she just kind of sits there and pets Moros and waits for Lorelai to reply.
He purrs like a car. It's so loud, Lorelai.
Yeah.
It's so loud. I don't think you've
I
ever
think-
heard a cat purr this loud before.
I think when Circe starts summoning Moros, there's hmm, I think there's a moment where Lorelai does try to get up and like run, and she is like also shaking. But like I think she's processing what Circe says to her. Hmm. Hmm. And I think she goes, "What's his name?"
His name is Morris.
And Lorelai, he kind of like takes a step towards you as you're like sitting on this log, and he like butts his head against like your knee, and kind of like as his head turns to his cheek and then his shoulder, as he like rubs his whole body against you as he turns around.
Thank God he read the room and was kind.
There's
Can you
like,
imagine if Morris bit her during this interaction?
oh my god. I think like when Moros goes up and like touches her, that she like fully penses. It's like I don't even think like she's like even breathing. But as she's like just watching, and I think genuinely she starts to cry a little bit. And her hand is like shaking, but she like brings it up to pet him. Just like a little touch with like one finger.
He butts his head into your finger and like kind of rubs himself up against you again, still purring like a fucking motor.
There's so much I really don't understand.
If it makes you feel any better, I think there's a lot all of us don't understand.
I I think she like looks at Circe and she's just kind of like I this these past few days have been so much.
We understand. If you could believe it, this is my first time being out of the capital.
Yeah.
I won't lie and say that this isn't a somewhat desperate plea for my life. But I do hope that the two of us can come out of this understanding each other a bit better. And I don't know if we could ever be friends, but I am willing to give that a try. But I do want you to know I've never had a friend and I don't know how it works.
I think Lorelai, for like the first time in like days, I think like laughs. And she's like, I've never really had a friend either.
Well, I know we may be an unlikely pairing, but I hope that we can be.
This is a lot, Circe,
I
but
understand.
you're obviously not a bad person. I mean,
I've tried very hard not to be.
I think you're doing a pretty good job.
I'm really, really glad you think so.
I just everything that I've learned, everything I know,
You have been put in a position where everything that you've ever known has kind of been turned on its head. And I understand how stressful and scary that can be. But not everything is black and white, good and evil. And forgive me for saying this, but I do take offense with the church teaching people that it is. Yes, I cast necromancy. I brought a cat back from the dead, but I am also a person who is... I have an interest in linguistics. I love learning languages, and I enjoy a good book. I have a favorite reading spot in my home. I have a way I take my coffee and my tea. I have desserts that I like. I have foods that I hate. I have people that I love. I have people that I don't care for. I am as much of a person as anyone else in this party, as much as anyone else in the world.
yeah.
And you are a prophet, you are a symbol of the church, but I would hope you also have all of those things.
Yeah, I mean, that other than I've never really given it much thought.
Okay, what is your favorite dessert? What is something you really enjoy eating?
I don't think Lorelai can answer that question genuinely. Like, she sits there for a little bit and she's just like, I don't know.
I think Circe, I think Circe puts a hand on Lorelai's without even thinking. And she goes, well, if you are open to it, next time we are in the capital, if we are both there at the same time, I'd like to take you out to some restaurants and maybe you can figure it out.
And I think despite the fact that Lorelai is like absolutely still shaking, I'd really like that.
I would too. With the matter at hand, though, which I wish that we had met in different circumstances and we could be having this conversation in different circumstances, but I must ask that you keep this secret. Especially from Ezekiel. I do fear what would happen if he found out. And I'm wondering if there is a way you could help me talk to the saint about this.
What do you mean? What would happen if he found out? He doesn't know?
He knows what I've done. But if he found out that I did this in front of you and the saint, especially after admittedly running away from him and intentionally leaving him behind, it would not be good for me.
Mm.
And I mean, it would not be good for me even before I stood trial if I got there. I hope that you can understand what I mean by that.
Right. And I think Lorelai is gonna look back down at Moros is like up against her still, right?
Moros has been like kind of switching back and forth from rubbing up against your legs and rubbing up against Circe's legs, and he like does another round of rubbing up against your leg for a little bit, and then he stops and he starts coughing and then he spits up a hairball. There's a few like hairs in there that are like brown, like that aren't the color of his fur.
What the fuck?
Like the fur of another animal.
What the fuck?
But he spits up a hairball.
I think Circe immediately is like broken out of her conversation with Lorelai and is like, "What have you been eating? What is that?"
He meows.
Okay.
And then he goes back to rubbing up against Lorelai.
I think Lorelai does like reach out to properly pet Moros. Buries a hand in his like coat or whatever.
His thick ass fluffy coat.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 5 inches deep. Your hand sinks all the way into it. It's gone.
But yeah, you like reach down to pet him. He like butts his hand up against you, and then like he does that arch that cats do, where to like make sure you keep petting him.
And I don't know if this is a weird question or not. Is Moros warm?
Yeah, he's warm.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a colder temperature than what a cat would be, but like he's warm enough.
I think like that in combination to the fact that like through like Circe's story and stuff, Lorelai, I feel like probably the first time in like ever, I feel like feels like genuinely like so connected to her, because it's like, oh shit, she's kind of like me, you know?
Guys, I need to say that we just got raided by the fucking good boys. By the good
boys.
The good boys, and they're barking in the chat. Thank you for
Got
the
some
raids.
barkers.
Thank you for barking. Thank you, Adventures in Asphodel. Thank you. Anyways, continue. We're playing D&D.
What was I fucking saying? But yeah, I feel like there's so much that Lorelai doesn't understand about everything that's been going on. She's fucking losing it a little bit. But I think she genuinely does look at Circe and she's like, yeah, okay.
And I think it wasn't super obvious before, but Circe just lets out this like sigh that comes from like her soul, and she like hunches over for a second, and she's shaking again, and she looks up at Lorelai with like so much relief, and just says, Thank you. Truth be told, I did not think this conversation would go as well as it is, but I'm glad that it did, and I am very thankful that you heard me out.
Yeah.
And that you are willing to help. I understand why you wouldn't be, but I am very, very thankful to you.
I mean, it's still a lot, but I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Which is confusing and conflicting for so many reasons.
Yes,
But you're good. I think you're good.
Can I hug you?
I'm like gentle. Has Lorelai ever been hugged?
She's been hugged
like,
before.
Oh, definitely
Probably-
before, but like in recent times.
Definitely not. She probably...
Yeah.
The last time she was hugged was probably the last time she visited her parents.
Mm-hmm. I think you definitely see her start to like tear up again. She's like, okay.
And they hug. They hug
They
and they're
hug.
friends. They hug and they're friends. And Circe holds on to Lorelai like a fucking lifeline for a second, like hands like fisting in the back of her shirt, like and shaking as she's hugging her. Like
Their
whole
both
body trembles. They're both shaking.
shaking.
Ugh.
Like leaves in the fucking wind.
Oh. Okay. I will say part of the reason that Circe did that, aside from just showing her gratitude, is so that everyone in the house saw that she didn't kill Lorelai and that they are friends. But I think after a second, she pulls away and she kind of rubs her eyes aggressively and takes a breath. Right. Thank you again. We should probably get back to everyone, lest the saint think I have taken you somewhere and killed you.
We wouldn't want that.
We wouldn't want that. It certainly wouldn't help my case.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. And she stands up and she kind of brushes herself off. I think for a second she forgets that she's not wearing a big fluffy dress and instead she's wearing like Alaric's clothes. And she puts a hand out and like kind of rests on Moros's head and scritches him before holding an arm out to Lorelai so that they can kind of like interlink arms and walk back.
Do you dismiss Moros or do you keep him with you?
I keep him with me.
Okay. And here's where we're gonna take our break.
We're back at
Thank you.
33
for
or
all the
35.
raids.
Oh, he's ready to go immediately.
Goodness gracious. Well, we'll come back at 35 on the mark.
All right.
Wait, so
I feel like I like numbers ending in 5.
They're better.
question.
Yeah.
So is Circe about to walk back into the camp with Moros with her? I
Yep.
feel
Yep.
like okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood the situation.
Yep.
Kitty moments.
Kitty moments.
Now we have
and
2
also
familiars out.
2 familiars, and I'm assuming did Lorelai take Circe's arm? Are they walking back arm in arm?
Yes.
They're
Yes.
friends.
They're
This
friends.
4'8"
They're
dwarf
friends.
and this 6'1" gigantic woman.
Giant woman. However that Steven Universe song goes.
And here is where
All I
we
want
take
to
our
do
break.
is see you
Thank
turn
you for the
into
raiders very
a
much. Thank you for all the
giant
follows.
Raiders.
Thank you, everyone.
Raiders!
for the follows in the raid.
We did this for the last raid, but for the most recent one, exclamation point TW in chat for all the trigger warnings. We're gonna go to our BRB screen.
Is Artemi still there?
Artemi is still there.
Am I
Artemi
still
is still
there?
in. Yeah.
Oh!
I'm gonna go to the
Yeah.
bathroom and get a
I didn't
snack.
die.
The stream can hear you guys. I will be right back.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I want ice cream, so I'll be back.
Ice cream.
Ice cream, ice cream.
trying
Anybody
to
else tear
find-
up a little during that?
That was delightful.
Me, I did.
Delightful. I need Lorelai to have friends so bad. I need like
Dude, that
air.
was really sad. What's your favorite food? I don't know.
She doesn't know. She doesn't think about these things.
Well, she will get the opportunity to, and we will all cheer loudly.
Yay!
Lorelai, just like me for real.
I never
What's
thought
your
about
favorite
it before.
dessert? I only think about other people all the time, never myself.
Yeah,
Poor Lorelai.
my sweet girl.
She just made a best friend that she's horrified of.
Yeah, yeah. Like they are friends. But Lorelai is so. Bro, Lorelai is so interesting.
Yes.
Utterly fascinated by how this will go in the future. We've got Watch.
Yeah.
You guys think something horrifying will pop out at us?
We got what?
Watch.
Oh, we'll see. I don't know.
Also, I hope your perception is better than Rosie's, Artemi, because if we're on Watch and it's left up to Rosie, it's not looking good.
Which is so messed up. But
I've got a proficiency in perception, but I only have a +1 in wisdom, and our proficiency bonus right now is only +2, so
You know
I
what?
still need a pretty decent roll, unfortunately. We'll
plus
see.
3 is what you got?
Yep.
It's better than Rosie. Let's go.
It's so messed up that fucking 18 passive perception Lorelai is not doing Watch tonight.
You should have suggested it. Lorelai would be so amazing at taking Watch.
Yeah,
She deserves a rest
she's the
tonight.
Watcher for real.
Surely nothing will get us. No boogeymen.
No boogeyman. Not in the burnt down town.
No.
Surely not.
Surely not.
They have nothing else.
Can I ask?
We can have another extremely tense conversation in the dark.
This is true. Can I ask about a question about Lorelai?
Mm.
Does she have any idea how she's gonna help Circe?
No.
That's Lorelai, you are so precious to me.
She doesn't know how she's gonna help Circe. She doesn't. She's just. Honestly, this is the first real, genuine conversation she's had in a long time. So she's just riding the high off of it.
Interesting. I'm taking notes. I'm not.
She doesn't have very many friends.
Writing this down, writing this down. I gotta get water. I'm thirsty.
Damn, is everyone gone?
Hello.
Hello.
We are chilling.
We're chilling.
Chilling.
I have ice
Hi.
cream.
Okay.
Vanilla ice cream, but I have Trader Joe's Pink Lady apple chips to put in it. Makes it taste like apple pie.
Ooh.
My favorite dessert.
Yum.
My favorite little treat.
A little treat.
I thought I wasn't gonna get back in time, so I ran up the stairs. Now I'm like,
Oh,
Nah, you still got time.
I got
Go run
time.
them again.
No, I think I'm good, but thanks.
One more lap.
No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna.
we all have to run a lap.
Oh, but what if we didn't?
But what if we have to?
But what if we had love and kindness in our hearts?
In the form of a
Run a
lap.
lap.
What? Oh, okay.
I hate
I have love and kindness in my heart after that scene with Lorelai and Circe.
Yeah.
Yay! I have hate.
There is joy in the world. No!
You would have hate in your heart.
I have hate.
No! Get that hate out of your heart.
No. I need to move the Artemi image. I just realized it's covering chat.
He's more important.
Put him in the
I'm
center.
like, I don't want to cover like the be right back thing. I'll put it.
Can you make him smaller? Yeah.
I can make him smaller. I can like put him in the corner.
Wow.
Damn.
Fucking Artemi face out PNG tuber.
I think we should just continue to add images of all the party members in a similar
Yeah.
fashion to
Love
this.
Now we need a
beautiful.
now we need a stupid one of who's next? Who was stupid next?
Who was stupid next?
I think we need one of Circe being
Greetings.
downed.
Oh.
Yamcha pose in a crater on the ground.
I think we need Circe Family Guy death pose.
Hold on. Hold on.
No, I think Yamcha pose.
Yamcha death pose is more fitting.
Okay. Which one does that one look like again?
Hold on, I'm grabbing it.
Yay. I have Mexican sweetbread.
Ooh.
My favorite bread ever.
Pizza.
That. She's in a crater
Yeah.
too. Like it just makes more sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And then after that we need Tyric Family Guy death pose.
Yeah.
No. Hanging from a noose.
No.
I don't think we can put that on screen. No.
We can't put that on stream.
Glue trap,
Tyric-
glue trap.
Tyric in the glue trap.
And besides, Tyric got hit by a tree, not hung. There's a difference.
Tyric is not hung.
I
Tyric
think
is really
I think for our Be Right Back screen, we should have a little silly, stupid drawing of every single time one of the party members have been downed.
That's so funny.
Really good.
Artemis has been done in advance.
Yeah. That's exactly what he's gonna look like.
I think Artemi would ragdoll in the same way a Valorant character would. Like the way the models ragdoll.
It's the
His
same as
knees
that
will
clip
just
that Artie showed
collapse
us
and
earlier.
he'd, like, eat dirt full force. Like,
I was thinking it's that clip that Artie showed us earlier of Percy dying in a game where he just like flew backwards.
or I just get completely domed and yeah.
Jesus
Really good,
fucking
really
Christ.
good.
Now we're waiting on Kai.
I miss Cypher.
I miss your wife.
Big Zam. Big
I miss
Zam.
Big
I miss
Zam.
Big Zam. I miss my wife.
Can you make
And
Artemi
you know what?
say a
While we're
cipher
at it-
line?
And while we're at it, I miss Zevran R&I as well. What cipher line?
The one where he talks about where his camera's broken.
The camera of mine is broken.
I feel like I'm gonna default to doing Cypher's accent though. I have to I'm gonna think about this double hard.
You gotta
Okay,
lock
give me a
in.
second.
You gotta lock in while we
Yeah.
wait for Kai.
It's gonna be Cypher's accent. I can't. I'm like trying to project it in my mind right now. It's just gonna
What
be
if you-
Cypher's accent.
What if
They're
you
not
say
talking
something
about
as
balance
Artemi
in
first, and
some
then you
ways.
say the cipher line?
hmm
guys, this is like scary. Do it. You know how scary it is to do this shit on stream? By the way, it's all bits and oops when we're like on call, and I know there's like 2 people paying attention, but still, I'm like, I'm thinking, and
And then we
Oh, Kai's
just
back.
do it
Kai's
out
back.
of nowhere.
Kai's back. You can do it at the end of the stream. You can do it at the end of the stream.
I'll marinate on it. I'll
Marinate.
mute and practice, and then when it's still bad, it'll be even funnier.
I'm sorry. I just got back. What?
Oh, nothing.
Percy's marinating. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought you said
we're
he was
marinating him.
marrying someone. I was like,
Yes,
sorry.
he's getting
Yeah, he's
married to
marrying Cypher.
We're gonna put him in
We've
the
been
slave
together
market
for 5 years now. I know I never mentioned this person, but
Oh my god, holy shit.
for 5
Yeah.
years. now.
I can't believe
What is
you're
this
married to
HD
Cypher
Yamcha
Valorant.
pose?
Oh my god.
Cersei.
Oh my god.
it is really
Cersei.
HD. Now that you mention
There,
it.
Percy, the way
His ass is very, very prevalent in this.
Percy,
Yes.
the way you talk about Cypher being your wife makes me think of those like TikToks I see about Valorant where it's like this mom is
Didn't you play
this
Valorant back
mom
in
and
the
this
day?
kid. Yeah, like didn't you play Valorant back in the day, mom? Yeah, I did. What were all the characters like? Oh, you know, there's Omen, Cypher, Gecko, and the kid's like, Cypher?
Wait, Cypher,
Do you
isn't
mean?
that...
And then the last slide is like, hey honey, I'm home, and it's a PNG of Cypher.
I've never seen that.
I've never
That's
seen that.
no.
Undersea.
Dude, I got
I've
sent by
seen
multiple
every
people
single
a
agent.
chamber version of
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
Really good.
Okay, let's play D&D. Let's play D&D, guys. Is everyone back? Let's lock in. Let's
everyone
lock in,
back?
guys.
Mm.
Bye phase is over.
I
hate
think we should
myself.
talk about PNGs.
The barriers
and
are going
Cypher
down.
Very. I'm gonna kill you all. Let's play D&D. Anyways, let's get my ambience music on again.
I don't like
no more
that.
happy music.
No more joy.
My HT ambience moody music playlist. And it's just Genshin Impact soundtrack songs. Anyways. Back from break. We're gonna hang out back with the group house. Circe and Lorelai just left to have a chat. Does anyone want to have conversations while they're gone or talk about anything? You guys have chatting time before bedtime while they're gone.
No one else would like to. I have something in mind.
Oh. That sound ominous and all.
Narrating.
It wasn't meant to be so ominous.
Take the really ominous, dude.
Okay, hold on.
You may.
Let me lock it.
You may proceed.
Lock in. Center.
So, Alaric is kind of going to watch Circe and Lorelai walk off and keep an eye on them for a second before deciding that Circe could do as she pleases. She's fine out there. And turns his attention back into the little house that they have all sort of piled into. What's Rosie doing right now?
Being loafed on.
Yeah, Moon is on her head. I would assume that she's like setting up wherever Artemi is to take watch. I assume he's also setting up. If he's not, then I guess she's just setting up her bedroll off to the side.
Artemi's probably setting up his sleep shit as well, and taking a peek out, but hasn't left yet.
And then Rosie's probably setting up her bedroll as well. Somewhere in the small, cramped space.
Alaric is going to approach her and say, Saint,
Could you repeat that?
wait, Saint,
Oh. She's gonna kind of like turn to like look at him as she's putting out her bedroll.
I worry we might have had a misunderstanding earlier.
And what would that misunderstanding be?
When I was giving you my opinion on a church in Euro, it's not that I don't think you and Lorelai are very capable. But because you are so capable, I think that there are many other places that could use your attention.
Well, I would keep that in mind, although you should know we were given orders to set up a church in Europe.
I don't think you follow any orders you don't wish to follow, Miss Rosie.
Then I think you misunderstand how the church works.
Understood. I would also like to tell you that I think you handled yourself very well in the fight. I don't imagine you've been in that kind of position before.
Well, thank you for your kind words. You handled yourself quite well. As if you had experienced something like it before.
Nothing quite like that, but I've seen my fair share of fights.
Well, I thank you for taking up the front lines.
Anytime, Saint. And with that, he gives her a little nod of the head and turns away and goes back to where he has set up his sleeping area.
I think Artemi's kept an eye on them. Not kept an eye, but listened in on that and sort of looks between them and goes back to his ship.
Does anyone else want to do anything? Cool. What's everyone up to right now?
At the moment.
Setting up bedroll.
Yay.
Yay.
What's Artemi up to?
Well, he's done with. I feel like he doesn't really. He just rolls it out and sets his bag down, and I don't know.
As
Grabs
one
maybe
does.
like, grabs his water skin back again and like his journal just to bring out with him. His weapons and stuff is already on him, and I'll be outside taking post whenever you're ready. We don't have to stay in the same spot either, but just for security's sake, up to you. And leaves and doesn't wait for a response. And I'm curious, is the execution stage visible from where we are in this part of town?
No. It's pretty far
Okay.
out. Like, you can hear the very, very distant sound of the river, like, up, like, northeast. But there's, like, too many ruins and structures in the way that you can see a stage or any, like, sign of a town square. Like, even, like, through the ruins, there's still, like, enough rubble and walls in between to where you can't see, like, the full town square or, like, platform or anything.
Okay.
And plus, there's, like,
Noted.
trees and shit in the way.
Got you.
What is Tyric up to?
He has posted up is there, you said there's not a door, but is there like a wall like on the front of the building?
I'd say the wall that has the door is gone, but there are still 3 other walls. One of them is like kind of cornering, like there's still like the corner and that turn into like that front wall that probably had that door. But it's like slanted down at an angle. The like stones are like falling off on where they were paved. Same with like the other complete wall. Like it ends at an angle. There's like a little bit more of like this half wall that can be sat on if desired. But like they're eroding, they're being weathered away to where eventually like the stones are falling off where they were paved to make the walls in the first place. There's still like a support beam in another corner, but 3 walls and a roof. Not a full roof, but like roof enough. I'd say like 3/4 of a roof, maybe like a teeny bit less, but rough estimate 3/4 of a roof.
Okay. He'll post himself like literally crisscross applesauce up against one of the walls and just put his hands like over his knees and tilt his head, and then he'll just be meditating.
You take nappy.
He is, yeah. He is taking his nap.
Old man nap. Okay, what's Rosie up to?
Setting up her bedroll. Thumbs
Okay.
up.
I feel like she doesn't
can't
know how
think
to do that, so...
Yeah,
it
she's
takes her a little
failing to
bit.
set up her bedroll then.
Yeah. Do you join Artemi outside, or do you just hang out a little more until everyone goes to bed? Or until Lorelai returns?
She'd probably hang until Lorelai returns.
Okay. What is...
Sorry, you go first.
No, go ahead. Do you have a question?
I was just gonna
Do you
say
want to do something?
no, not a question, just as something that Artemi will do if Rosie's gonna take a bit to come outside, but other people can do their thing first, and then I'll get to that.
Okay. Vysaria, what are you up to?
I'm making a sleeping nest of blankets and shit that are in the house. Like, they're damaged, but I'm putting them together to make...
Oh, there aren't any blankets left.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine.
Like, it seems like whatever used to be in this house, like, furniture and shit, has either been completely eroded and it's just laying on the floor, like, in terms of, like, furniture and stuff, or, like, belongings, like, abandoned plates, bed sheets, kitchenware, other things
so
like
then-
that,
okay,
have
so
been
then-
ransacked.
Okay. So then I'm just gonna make a clearing on the floor and sleep on the floor.
Yay! Comfortable. You've done it before. You'll be fine.
Yeah, many times, yes.
You've slept in the dirt before. If anything, this is your home.
Yeah. Correct. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that makes me sound homeless, but I mean, well...
You have an actual bed at home, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Anyways. You're making yourself comfortable. What is Alaric up to?
He has gone back to his sleeping area and sat down and is sort of checking over his weapons, making sure they're clean and not damaged at all from the fight, as he sort of waits for Circe and Lorelai to get back before he fully settles. And he is contemplating something, but you know what it is.
They call him the Contemplator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, back up to Artemi before everyone gets back.
I think he waits for like a minute. I don't know how long the talk between Lorelai and Circe lasts, but
I'd say they were
if
out
we're
there
going-
talking for like 15 minutes or so.
Okay, cool. I think he waits for like
It's like
a
it's
minute,
been a while.
and Rosie's not coming out yet, and he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna scope out the area," and he'll take a little walk around the perimeter. I know the execution stage is quite far, and he probably doesn't even know where that is. But if he catches a glimpse of it, yeah. But I think mostly he's just trying to get a lay of the land and see where some shit could.
Are you doing
don't know.
like a lap
That should be a
around the
problem
house,
area.
or are you like going a little bit further into town to see if
A little
there's
bit
anything
further
you can
into
see?
town, not crazy far. He wants to be like within 5-minute walk back, but just doesn't want to be completely out of the loop of to like how far like the town goes and like where the tree line is. Nothing crazy. I know we're basically right by the tree line, so just
Yeah.
mostly in the other direction.
What direction are you going in to like do a little scouting? Like, are you going north? Are you going like northeast in town, or just straight east?
I think like I
You do
can't
hear
move
like
him.
the river. You should. You do hear the river like northeast. Yeah, you
Yeah,
have control of him.
I think probably he'll go up. He'd probably go like I don't know how long this would take to walk. It doesn't seem long here, but I'll up to you. I think he'd maybe get close to the river and then start heading back. Look out across it. Nothing crazy. Sorry, there's so much fucking noise outside of my apartment right now. I don't know how much.
It's okay, Percy. It's okay, Percy. It's okay. You're all
So
good.
much
Crazy,
happening at
little
10
crazy,
p.m. over
too.
there.
Yeah.
Dude, the middle of the city. Everything, all the time. At once,
Crazy.
also. Yeah.
Okay, so you want to
Everything,
like
everywhere.
basically
Yeah, like
go
the
up
movie.
to the river.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you want? Are you trying to like put a time limit on how far you allow yourself to walk out, or do you just go up
Yeah.
to the river and then come back?
Um.
Because the river is further than 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. I think maybe. I think he'd maybe go out like 10 minutes in one direction. Just keep an eye out around him, and then be back. Just trying to be back in 20 minutes, we'll say. Arbitrarily. I have no idea.
Do you want to roll perception, or are you like investigating the houses that you pass by, or are you just like keeping are you just
Perception,
scouting?
definitely not closely investigating. Just kind of getting a lay of the land, I would say.
Okay, go ahead, roll perception.
Okay. It's gonna be a big 9 total for this particular sweep.
Okay, I'd say with your 9, there's nothing particularly like big that stands out to you as you pass by these houses. Some of them are very obviously more ruined than the others, especially as you start heading closer to the river. About like 5 minutes in, it seems like a lot more of them are missing walls and roofs and such. And you do like hear the river a lot closer. You go another 5 minutes. You do like see the river and you see the bridge off, and you see like a very, very faint structure in the fog, which you can assume it's what Tyric said, though you can't like make out any details at all.
Gotcha.
But that's what you can kind of barely see within the fog 10 minutes into the town. You can go a little further if you want a little bit of a clearer view. But so far it seems from your perception roll that nothing dangerous is within like arm's reach.
Yeah. I think he just squints at it for a second and then puffs and turns back and back to the house.
Okay. While Artemi is gone, actually no, let me think. He's gone for like 10 minutes and then he takes 10 minutes to get back. I'd say he comes back around the same time Circe and Lorelai do. You guys arrive at the opening in the door together. If anyone wants to say anything.
I see. I guess he'll clock that they don't seem to be at each other's throats right now.
Yeah, they're arm in arm, and Circe has a big cat at her feet now. That
Have I
wasn't
met
there
Moros?
before. Nope. The only person who
not.
has is Alaric and Lorelai now. And no
think
one
he
even knew
blinks.
that she had a familiar.
Yeah. He blinks.
Like, where the fuck did this thing come from?
Yeah. Like, kind of
He's
not
purring
even
like a fucking motor.
surprised anymore.
He's still purring real loud.
The purr.
Loudest cat you've ever met in your life.
I kind of look up Circe. Yours?
Mhm.
Oh, cool.
Mhm.
He puts his
She
hand
doesn't
down.
say anything else.
Lets Moros sniff his hand. If he so chooses.
He sniffs your hand, and then he goes to bite your hand.
Moros!
But like he's very like slow about it. Like he sniffs like very, very cautiously, and then he very like slowly opens his mouth and tilts his head to bite your finger, and very gently bites down, and then he runs away and like circles around Circe, and then
I think
hangs out.
Artemi doesn't even pull his hand away. If it was like a quick lunge, he would have snatched it back, but he's just kind of letting it happen. It's like, okay.
Have I
You
ever
get the
seen him
vibe
do
that
that with
he
anyone
thinks-
before?
No, he gets you like Artemi. You get the vibe that he thinks you smell weird.
No!
Stinky!
Circe, you get the vibe in your head that he
specifically
smells
get
weird.
that vibe.
Stinky allegations.
Not the stinky allegation. He's never
I'm-
beating
I'm-
him.
I don't know if it's a stinky allegation or if it's something else, but we'll fucking.
Moral
Circe-
misandrist.
Circe, you get in your head that he's not stinky, he just smells weird to him.
Huh.
Uh-oh,
No,
except
well,
because
I'm sorry,
Mark,
I've
oh my
never
God.
seen him do that. He's never reacted to someone like that before. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Animals have always been a little bit fickle, you know. Can't hold it against them.
I suppose. Still, I apologize that he did that. I know he didn't hurt you, but
You two had a good talk, I take it.
I believe so.
Kind of nods awkwardly and is like, "Okay, good."
And they're like right outside the entrance, so everyone else inside the house can hear them talking.
Awesome. I peek in. What's Rosie doing?
Still setting up her bedroll, probably.
Man, everybody's on my ass.
You would have set it up by now. It's been 20 minutes.
Yeah, she's still struggling to set up her bed.
Girl.
Okay.
I feel like after like 10 minutes of it, Alaric would have gone over and helped her.
Yeah,
set
it's like
up.
someone
She's
please.
just hanging out with Moonin.
Okay. Cantor Saint, are you ready? Would you like to sleep instead after all? No worries.
I'm ready. She'll stand
Okay.
up and walk over.
Alright, he's already turned and heading back outside now.
So she steps into the house. Kind of beelines for Alaric. She's gonna stay with him.
Can I ask a
And Lorelai?
question?
Mm-hmm. What's the question?
Like, just this familiar straight up, its summoning is very obviously indicative of necromancy, but its existence is not, right? You can't tell that it's of necromantic origin simply with it being out, correct?
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
unless you're like hard, like casting, like detect magic on it, you wouldn't get anything from necromancy on it. Like,
Why are we
it just
calling him
looks
an
like
idiot?
it just looks like a
No.
familiar.
He,
like a cat.
him.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
He has a name.
He has a name and he has pronouns.
Of course, you have a name
the
and
cat.
pronouns.
Of course, you have his name.
What's next? Blue hair?
Yes. His hair turns blue. He's blue now. Blue cat.
Though, can I ask, would it be a safe assumption that if Circe is a necromancer, the familiar of said necromancer might be of necromancer origin?
I'd
Why would you
say
assume that?
Why would you ever think that?
I'd say there is enough bias within the church to make that assumption. But you know, like, find familiar spells and how they work. Like, you're a spellcaster. But there is enough bias within the church to, like, make an assumption like, oh, that's a dead thing.
Yeah. Maybe a boy.
Etc., 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 etc.
Then when she
I hope that answers your
passes,
question.
yeah, then when she passes Moros, her gaze definitely pauses on him with a, I would say her expression of what she thinks is not obvious, I guess. Like, I don't
What
know.
does that mean?
Can I roll insight on her to just, like, as she's walking by to make this easier?
How is Rosie looking at Moros? Like,
Yeah.
Like her gaze is
there
pausing
tude?
on it. Her gaze is pausing on it, but she's not making it clear what she thinks.
okay, so she's, like, very, like, looking down at him and, like, noting something in her head. Like, very obviously, like, clocking Moros, but isn't, like, making an expression, question mark? To
She's
indicate her
hiding
feelings?
something. She's hiding
Okay.
something in her expression.
Can I
For
make an
sure,
insight check?
Sure, you can roll insight. Rosie,
That's a
you could roll
21.
Deception or persuasion?
Okay.
Would it be persuasion even if she says she's hiding something?
I guess deception. Yeah.
Um,
Anyways, Thank you for the
Yes.
follow.
Plus, hold on. Let me go to the calculator because I don't want to do math in my head.
It's 1 + 1.
It's not. It's not. Okay. It's 15 + 7. Okay, I'll have you know it's more difficult than 1 + 1. 22.
Damn! You beat me by 1! I got a 21! Fuck. Okay.
Damn. Okay.
The T is
Circe-
clocked.
Yeah, it's like the cat has been clocked.
The
Circe
cat's been clocked.
I'm gonna make the assumption you thinking something negative about him based on that.
Yeah, I feel like it's an easy assumption to make considering
Yeah.
she's the Cancer Saint.
Yeah.
But
Oh, actually.
you see that she clocks Moros.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Anyways.
Okay, can I? Well, actually, if it's close, am I like? Never mind. I'm stupid and an idiot.
Artie, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
Forget it. We can do watch. Forget it.
Anyways, does Lorelai say anything to Rosie before heading in the house, or just going in?
I think
Still arm in arm with Circe.
I think maybe she just gives Rosie a nod. I don't know if she would say anything right now. Really.
Okay. Does Rosie say anything?
If Lorelai just like gives her a nod, she'll just give her a nod back.
The Nodders.
The Nodders.
They are nodding
Call
at
them
each
the
other.
nodders.
I heard an from someone. Did someone have something to say?
Was me. I do
Mr.
think
Alaric.
that when Circe and Rosie come back over, or Circe and Moros come back over, he gives Circe a little questioning look, to just not verbally asking if everything is okay, but just checking in.
Also,
She'll
everyone would
give
also
him-
see Moros as well. Like,
Yeah.
Circe left and came back with a cat for everyone else
A
to also
giant
notice.
cat. I want everyone to keep in mind that this cat is the size of a fucking pit bull.
How big is Moros compared to Laura?
Oh my god, is he like almost as tall as her?
Oh my
Like-
god! Not
Maybe
that
almost
good,
if you like
right?
stretch him out.
Yeah.
Like,
You stretch
He's
him
Pod-
out!
pod- pod.
nine legs and he's taller than Lorelai.
Don't stretch him!
definitely not taller, because Lorelai is still pretty big.
Yeah!
Like he's still just
That's
a cat.
child size.
Even if he's a pit bull cat, he's still like proportionally a cat.
Mhm.
He's big though.
Anyways,
Yeah.
everyone, if anyone wants to comment on Moros, he just appeared. He's here now.
Okay.
Anyways, continue talking.
Fuck, I just took a bite of my ice cream. Fuck. So she gives him just like a little smile, shakes her head a little bit, like, things are fine. It's okay. And I think she gives Lorelai's arm a little squeeze, with hers, and gives her a smile, and then, lets go so she can walk over to Alaric and just hang out with him.
Alaric is also going to offer a handout to Moros, because I assume Moros is walking over with Circe. And
Yeah.
say it. Leaving your post, And gives him a little fond smile.
Wow. He like butts his head into your hand, and then he starts coughing again, and then he spits up another hairball with a few little brown hairs like scattered about it,
Rude.
Gross.
like directly in front of Alaric, like not on him, but in front of him.
At your feet.
Yeah.
What
Alec
have you
just
been
laughs about it.
eating? What have you been eating? Do you have a? I don't want to sound rude. But do you have like a like rats? Like, would there be rats anywhere? Because he's been coughing up a lot of hair.
He's gotten into rats. It wouldn't be in my house.
Well, I don't see why he would leave. I just don't know what he's been eating. This is the second one he's coughed up in the past 20 minutes.
You've been getting into trouble, Moros.
He was
He
probably
like
in the
turns around
pantry
so
at
his
least.
ass is in your face.
Oh.
Tail up too.
Ew.
Going to just give a fun little smile and settle back down onto the floor.
Yay.
I think Circe will sit down next to him. I'm gonna make an assumption that Moros will like curl up behind her and she can like lean against him a little bit.
Yeah. He's like your little
Yeah.
pillow.
Yeah, he's very soft. I'm gonna wake up with cat hair in my nose.
Yeah. It's okay. You're used to it.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
Yay. Anyone else want to say anything? Or have any conversations? Or comment on Moros?
No one's gonna comment on the big cat.
I do
Whatever,
think
bunch of
Vysaria
haters.
and Tyric have gone to sleep, so...
Oh, good day. Yeah, I'll do it.
The
Yes, sir.
Eepers.
The sleepers.
They're gonna wake
Anyways.
up to this big cat.
And you guys get all comfy for sleepy time?
Sleepover, yay!
Lorelai just gonna
Yay.
sleep on the ground.
Everyone's sleeping on the ground except for
He has no
Rosie
bedroll,
and
though.
Tyric.
Yeah.
I don't need to sleep.
Yeah.
Tech.
Whatever,
You
man.
I don't
trans.
need sleep.
No, literally.
Anyways.
I know how elves work.
Anyways. Whatever. Everyone gets all comfy for sleepy time. And we're gonna go back to Rosie and Artemi. Are you guys like splitting up where you're watching for your post? Or are you just like hanging out next to each other? Or what's up? What's the plan for your watch?
I will think leave that up to Rosie because I think Artemi is already outside and maybe took up watch like right here where I've drawn the screened out.
You can move
Um,
Artemi.
Looking towards the town. Oh, can I move him now?
You should be
Yes!
able to. Everyone should be able to move everyone.
I can move now. He's got a green dot on his face now, but don't worry about it.
I mean, Rosie will probably ask Artemi if they should, like, be watching different places or watching each other's backs or what the situation is with this type of thing because she's never done it.
This is true. You can do that in character if you like.
Yes, I can do that in character. Artemi?
Hmm.
How exactly does this taking watch work?
Well, we keep an eye out on the land, see if there's anything that is trying to kill us in our sleep, basically.
Do we stick together? Do we watch different places to cover more ground?
Does she look a little nervous?
Yeah, probably.
We can stick in the same area, I suppose.
She looks relieved. Great.
He kind of does a subtle, deep sigh. Tries to be subtle.
Man who does not want to be near the church people. Man who is consistently put in situations being near the church people.
Internal monologue. Fuck my life, my stupid life.
What is?
Then they're taking watch.
Take and watch.
Yay! Do you guys talk about anything at all? Make any small talk? Like, what do you guys do during your watch? Roll perception also.
Oh yay, the perception rollers.
Yay,
Mhm.
they call us the Perceptors.
Don't fuck me, I say to my dice.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
You
not
fucking
20!
Artemi?
Not 20!
Oh my
not 20,
god! Oh
what's
my
your-
god!
23 total.
That's
when it comes,
awesome.
also, for everyone else, when it comes to marking off your long rest, Tyric, you will get your long rest by the time it's your turn for watch. Same with Circe. But for Vysaria and Alaric, you guys will get your long rest after the third watch. Because
Is it
you're
the same with
Because your 8 hours are split up, but with the first watch and the third watch, because you're awake during that second watch. So you won't get long rest until after that third watch is over.
Essentially,
I'm also
the same.
technically waking. Technically, I'm also waking up like an hour earlier than my watch, aren't I?
Yeah, I know. You're fine.
Just
This is
clarifying.
mostly for the people that are in the middle, and also Alaric has a point of exhaustion, so that won't be gone until after the third watch is over. After he gets his full 8 hours. And Artie, you were going to say something?
Is it the same for Rosie and Artemi, where at the very end they're going to receive their long rest?
Yeah,
because they're
much.
up first.
Okay,
Okay.
and you guys are gonna wake up. Yeah, yeah.
Yippee!
Word. The perceivers.
It's the long resters. Let's go. Long rest
What's
for
Rosie's
everyone.
perception roll?
Anyways, my perception roll was +2. That's a 6.
Yay! Beautiful.
Very
well, at least
cool.
Artemi got a nat 20.
Yippee!
Do you guys do anything during your watch?
I think Artemi's not eager to start much conversation, but I think later into the watch, after he's been, I don't know, looking out into the darkness, towards this other side of town, and glancing into the forest. This is silly. I think he'll like do an inhale, like he's about to say something, and then pause, and then turn to Rosie, and a little bit like quietly, but like looking at her, like a little bit intense.
Very.
Looking at her, you're kind of reminded of the fact that her eyes have a very, very dim, green glow in the dark.
Yeah. Oh. I think that sort of takes him aback again in that moment. Have you ever seen an execution before?
Sorry, the question caught me already off guard.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of freezes in place. Then she kind of from her natural state is professional looking, but not super focused on anyone, just sort of but she kind of turns her full attention to Artemi.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you ask that?
I don't know, just on my mind. This town. Call it curiosity.
Have you?
No. No, I haven't. But you haven't answered my question.
She's sort of picking at the hem of her dress. Yes.
Is she being truthful?
Do you want to roll insight? Yeah.
I would like to roll insight.
Mhm.
I forgot what my insight modifier was.
Rosie, do you want to roll to contest?
Well, I'll roll.
15.
You don't have to say which.
Oh, that's ironic. 15.
Huh.
Seems like she's being truthful in her words.
Hmm. I think he looks away again. What was the offense, if I may ask?
Um,
He inhales again and looks back over. You don't. I'm sorry. You don't need to.
they
I
were
should have
accused.
asked to begin with.
It's all
What'd you
right.
say? Sorry, I missed.
They were accused of being a druid.
Huh. I see. What are your thoughts then on our current company?
Well, I was taught, you could say, not to trust druids.
Yes, well, the church does teach quite a few things, doesn't it? Bit of a downer.
Well,
My apologies.
it's fine. It wasn't the church that taught me that, though.
Oh,
She's gonna kind of look at him and smile, give a little shrug, as if like almost like she's aloof.
he sighs a little bit. Doesn't it get exhausting to do this all the time? This whole persona.
Well, yes.
The eyebrows go up a little bit. I don't think he was expecting anything from that. Why keep it up then? They're not watching you now, are they? It's just us. We don't give a shit. I mean, I feel like that's been mostly evident.
I don't know.
Hmm.
I've just been like this for a very long way. I suppose it's easier.
I guess I can understand that. Something to think on, I suppose, or not. Who knows how long we will be in this situation, anyways. Could be on our own ways a couple days from now. Or hopefully. And I think he looks back out into the town again and doesn't have anything more to say, unless Rosie does.
Rosie has one more thing to say.
One more thing to say. Let's hear it.
Well, we're being truthful. Can I ask you my question again?
Yes.
What do you think of necromancy?
Heavy question. What type of answer do you want? I mean, the church
A
condemns
truthful
it.
one?
Yeah, I don't know much about it. It's about as truthful as my answer can be. Besides everything, whatever shit I've heard from other people. I don't know much about it. Interfering with the dead, I mean, I can understand the draw to that. That's about all I can. I don't know.
Just kind of gonna nod, look out into the town.
Guys who are getting along.
They are friends.
Something. There's something.
There's something there. I don't know if friends is
They're
what
not.
you
They're
call
not
it,
quite
but
bitching
there
at
is
each other.
something.
They're just outside of bitching at each other.
They are acquaintances / neutral.
Perhaps.
Artemi's like, Artemi's like, I don't know if I would say acquaintances.
This conversation
That's
felt
a strong word.
so charged and loaded.
Very charged and very loaded.
It was like walking a minefield.
Oh, what a beautiful day. Okay. I'd say during your first hour of watch, you guys have this conversation. Nothing really happens. Rosie, you kind of start getting bored at some point. You've never really been on watch before. You're kind of just like looking around and nothing of note or interesting has really happened. You've never had to do nothing in this type of way before. It's like a different kind of boredom because you know you have to pay attention even if nothing is happening in your perspective. Artemi, though, you do clock the feeling like a little, I'd say like 15 minutes or so after your conversation ends, you start to get a creeping feeling of being watched again. You feel like something's like looking at you, and you like kind of look around a little bit and your eyes land on a small fox and it darts off. And then you go back to watching, looking around, hanging out, and then you have that feeling again. You land on a small fox once more. Sometimes you can like pick up the sounds of like small paws trotting behind you or in the woods or in the bushes.
Hmm.
Do you say anything or do you do anything or do you just continue your watch?
I'll definitely mention them. Tyric wasn't kidding about those animals. Have you been seeing the foxes?
She's gonna kind of like look out. She's like, foxes? I haven't seen any foxes.
I'm a little worried, but I'm not sure if I want to wander off. They don't seem to be. I'll warn the next watch, but I'm not going to go off on my own to. They seem passive right now. Just keep an eye out. I'll pay attention to them for the rest of the watch, but I'm not gonna. He's not gonna leave post to investigate some curious animals, maybe druids.
Do you point them out whenever you see them or do you just take note of them?
I'll point them out
Yeah, Rosie, you're pointed out little foxes sometimes. Sometimes you miss them. Sometimes you're like barely able to catch their tail as they dart off. Sometimes you miss them, but you hear like their little trotting paws running off.
Crazy amount of little animals.
You're not sure if it's like the same fox coming back and then leaving and then coming back, or if it's multiple different ones. But it's happened like often enough to where you can assume like maybe there's more than one, or maybe it's just like one fox that's really, really interested in you guys. And then he gets startled, and then he circles around to a different spot and looks at you, and then gets startled and circles around to a different spot.
Silly creature.
The silly creatures.
The silly creature.
My laundry's done. Thank you, guys. I'm so glad you all can hear my
I wanted to say
laundry.
something, but I didn't want to interrupt.
I literally
Laundry's
pulled
done.
I pulled my headphones off to see if it was my laundry.
No, because during the break I realized I forgot to move my laundry, so that was the dryer, actually. Thank you for the follow. I'm so glad my laundry made you follow.
That's your laundry.
Thank you, my laundry, for the follow.
Super briefly, Percy, you're insane. You're genuinely insane.
Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about
Why?
something else now. Let's talk about
Why
something
Why
else.
did you say that?
Let's have a different conversation.
Guy who's normal?
Guy who just clocked the fuck out of Rosie out of nowhere?
Well, I thought it was a shot in the dark. I don't know. It has own reasons for asking that.
Well, I'm gonna pull up a reaction image to this.
Jesus Christ. But I'd say besides like the foxes, your first hour was pretty uneventful. Going into your second hour, it's more or less the same. If you guys want to have any conversation during this hour. Cool.
Me
I'll
and
take that as a
Rosie,
no.
sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
I just processed it's us.
Going into your second hour, do you guys want to have any conversations about anything new that's happened, or just proceed?
I mean, the only thing I can think of is Rosie would probably be like, oh, like when she catches an actual glimpse of the fox, she'd be like, it looks kind of cute.
It does. I'm like pondering if I should ask one more out-of-pocket question, but
Why don't you do it? Do it! Do it! I dare you! I dare you! Do it!
I'm curious about one more thing about what you mentioned.
Yes.
Do you think that person deserved it?
Ooh. Ooh.
The
Ooh.
alleged fluid, that is.
Sorry. I think he's gonna kind of clasp her hands together, kind of like looking looking at her lap for a hard second, and like she'll let a couple like minutes pass by of silence, and then she'll finally say like, I don't think anybody deserves what the church does to them.
I think the surprise on Artemi's face is very poorly concealed at that. But I am gonna roll for insight. Because that's a crazy thing for the fucking saint to say. Another nat 20, guys! I can't make this shit up!
You're wasting them! You're wasting them!
I'm sorry! That's a 21 total. I don't have great insight. Why haven't you joined the army to serve our country?
So should I
that
roll
was
something
insight, right?
or?
So that was insight, right?
That was insight. Yeah, it would be, I guess, persuasion or deception, depending on...
Roll just in
if you were
case
being
you also
truthful.
get a natural 20, Artie.
Yeah, sure. Roll real quick.
Well, if she still beats my score, like the total, well, I don't know. Your rules.
Well, a natural 20 is a natural 20, in my opinion.
Yeah.
This is true. Okay.
I like
Even
the
if someone
hypeness of a
someone's-
natural 20.
I don't like the idea that if someone's modifier beats a natural 20, like, I think that's fucked. Like, a natural 20 is a natural 20.
Because then a natural 20, when you have a +1 versus somebody else's, like, +10 modifier, your natural 20 is essentially
then
wasted.
it's not a natural 20.
Yeah.
A natural 20 should feel like a natural 20.
Anyways, I didn't get a natural 20. That's what you're wondering.
Okay, so...
Do you want me to just...
Yeah, go ahead.
Like...
Go ahead.
Okay, so the question was, is she being truthful?
Mm-hmm. About saying that she doesn't believe anyone deserves what the
She's
church
not-
does to them, or something like that.
She's not lying. And she also looks deeply sad.
Okay. I think he just says, huh. I think he says this very close to the end of their watch, too.
Yeah, for that extra zing.
For the extra zing, because he's like, we're about to pass out. Just so I don't have to bring it up at a later point. And then, yeah, says, huh. Sniffs, and then, good watch.
Yeah, dude, it was a great watch.
Great watch. Good watch. I figure it's about time for us to turn in now.
Jesus Christ.
He's sniffing because it's cold out, if you must know.
What's he sniffing?
Not that big, not that deep.
What's he sniffing?
Hey, really quickly, can you look at the chat? I'm about to send something.
Yes. Watch question.
I'd also I'd like you to pay attention to the fact that this time I used an image of a dartboard with 3 darts in it, because that's how many times you shot in the dark and absolutely
Fucking crazy. Crazy.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Anyways.
Anyway,
Your watch went relatively uneventful besides the foxes and the
that
crazy
would be called
conversation.
uneventful.
He does like the thigh slap and
Besides.
stand up like, well,
It's not the thighs.
good talk.
And
Oh, Artemi.
you guys start heading back.
Mm-hmm.
Rosie and Artemi, when you guys return, it seems like Lorelai is awake still. You guys come back. Who wakes up Vysaria? Who wakes up Alaric?
If Rosie touches me, I swear to God. No, I'm just kidding.
What? What the fuck?
What the
He asked if she saw an execution, not if she chopped their head off.
Christ.
I think Artemi probably makes it inside before Rosie, unless she like really. I got the impression she was a little bit stun locked still. Potentially. I think he'll go and wake up Vysaria. If possible, I don't know how many herb concoctions she.
It's certainly possible.
To knock
Certainly
out.
possible.
She didn't take any this time, okay?
didn't
Okay,
get
duly
drugged up.
noted.
She's tired enough to go to sleep on her own.
Awesome. Yeah. I
But
think he
Vysaria,
tries
you were
to
awoken.
wake her up.
I think Vysaria is very grumpy. Like, very, very grumpy.
He
She's
puts his
kind of
hands
like-
up like, hey, sorry.
And I'm like looking at him with a death stare, but then I like kind of like fix my hair a little bit and then get up and go, I'm sorry, it just wasn't enough sleep. And
I understand.
I'm just excited to get this watch over with. Enjoy your rest. Thank you for waking me.
He nods and yawns. It goes to wake up Alaric. It's Alaric, right? For second watch also?
Mhm.
Okay, I gotta wake him up as well.
He does not give you a death stare when you wake him up. He's a little bit used to
Thanks.
being
Yeah.
waken up out of sleeps.
Mm-hmm.
He just sort of looks up and lets his brain catch up with the situation they're in after he was sleeping like pretty hard, so and you like it's
Yes.
almost like especially since it was such a short period of sleep, it's definitely more like waking up from like a really hard nap where you're trying to remember when and where you are for a second.
Yeah, so awesome.
What
And
day is it?
He gives us a
Artemi
little
starts
shake.
talking to him like, "Hey, there were foxes in the woods, by the way. I forgot to tell you." He's like, "What? Huh? What are you saying to me? What am I?"
Yeah, he gives
Oh
his
my
head a little
God.
shake and rubs at his eyes and gets up.
Super quick for Jay. I do think Circe fell asleep holding onto his sleeve or something.
Oh, my
Just for you.
angel.
Yeah.
Sweetly. Oh my
She's so
goodness.
Then
sweetly.
he is very careful when he gets up to not disturb her.
She like
I'd say
rolls
it's
a bit and
pretty
like makes a
easy.
face in her sleep but doesn't wake up.
Oh,
I'd say it's pretty easy because she's
angel.
exhausted.
It's that old myth of the woman who was wearing like a kimono or something to sleep, and her cat fell
Like,
asleep
I was
on the
just thinking
sleeve.
about that.
Yeah.
And so she cut off the sleeve so that her cat would feel disturbed.
Alaric cuts off his sleeve. Like another one from Circe.
A small price to pay.
Silly. And Rosie returns after, I'm guessing?
Fucking collapses into bed, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rosie
You come
looks like
back
she's
and,
gonna do
and
a ringer.
you come back and Lorelai is still awake. It seems like she was waiting for you. But Alaric and Vysaria are awoken, and they head outside for their watch. Does Rosie and Lorelai want to talk? Question mark, because Lorelai waited to stay up. Or did she just wait to make sure she was safe?
It's a little bit of both. I think she's gonna ask if everything is okay.
Yes, everything is fine.
Yeah, and I think Laura's just gonna pat her and then like resume sleeping on the ground.
Okay.
Or like, yeah, just lay on the ground, I guess.
Oh my God, she doesn't have a bedroll. I forgot.
I think she's wearing her like cloak, right?
Yeah, she has her prophet robes. Like, the
Yeah,
sleeves have
she's
been
like-
cut off, but she still has them.
Yeah, she like lays her like cloak down on the ground. So there's like a little bit of a barrier.
Yeah,
She's
I
curled up on
understand.
it.
And I think Artemi
My shining star.
takes one of the layers out of his bedroll, because there are like multiple sort of wraps from what I've seen, and sort of is like, "Hey, you want this?" Like, just take this. Like, this is so sad. I'm sorry.
It's like looking at a small wet kitten.
No, yeah.
Laura's gonna be
so
like,
kind of
are you sure?
It's just, he just puts it down. He doesn't even answer, and he goes and lays down.
Laura's gonna imprint on Artemi.
Dude, Artemi's the most actions over words person ever because he just
My baby duck, Lorelai.
Oh my god! Yeah, I think she takes it very, very gratefully.
God bless this gay earth.
God bless
Yeah.
this mess.
And you guys, go sleepy time. Vysaria and Alaric, where do you set up for your watch?
I think Vysaria lets Alaric decide.
I think like far enough away from the house where if they did talk, they wouldn't have to like whisper to worry about, disturbing people, but still close enough where it would be very easy to get back if needed, and can also still clearly, like, if you shouted, you'd be able to wake people up.
Like, what direction do you guys set up in? Like north, like north, the same as Rosie and Artemi, or a little bit more like eastern, or like somewhere in between?
Guess it depends on, do we think there's a bigger danger in the woods or the village?
This is true. The trees are the druids. Take a pick.
I think I think it would make more sense to set up kind of southeast just a little bit, so that way we can kind of see both directions. I know
Yeah,
that there's still woods
sorta
behind
like-
us, but you know.
Yeah.
So like somewhere down here.
Yeah.
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 Okay. And you guys head out. Still like looking for that sweet middle ground, like far enough, but like close enough, etc., etc. You were warned about the foxes that Artemi saw. And your watch begins. Roll perceptions. Alaric with disadvantage.
Yes. I fucking love a good perception roll.
Sounded like you were cheering for Ulrich's disadvantage.
That's not what I was cheering for.
I got the 12.
Give me a fucking I also got a 12, but plus 5, so I got a 17.
12 and
Not so
17.
shabby.
What a beautiful gay world we live in. Okay. And your watch begins. Do you guys talk about anything? Do you guys do anything in particular to pass the time?
I think what I picture when Vysaria is just sitting and doing a watch is she's using druidcraft to just kind of like, I don't know, there's like flowers nearby, she's like making them bloom and grow, or like putting vines up a tree, you know, kind of thing.
It's like her fidget toy.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, exactly. So that's what I imagine she's doing during the watch to kind of pass
and
the
Alaric,
time.
you would very easily like see her doing all this.
I
She's
think
stimming.
at first, for a little bit, he just sort of watches that with interest, because I don't know if he's ever really... He might have seen magic sort of like that before, but like straight up just druid magic, he's definitely never seen before. So he's just sort of watching it in interest for a while.
Kai, do you have like a descriptor in mind in what Vysaria's magic looks like? If not, that's okay. But if you want to like flavor it on what it would look like to Alaric, you can.
I kind of imagine like you not like a stream of magic, but like you kind of see little sparkles around like greenish sparkles like around the different like plants that are being created, or like whatever magic I'm doing. So it looks mystical, if you will. But you know, I hope that was good. Because that's all I got.
Yay.
Yeah, I think that maybe for like the first hour or so, just sort of lets the silence... It's not like an uncomfortable silence, they're both just kind of chilling.
I'd say for your first hour, it's pretty uneventful. Since you guys were made aware of it, the DC has gone down. You do like see the foxes every once in a while. Like you feel like you're being watched, you turn, you see a fox, it darts off, etc., etc., etc. I don't know if you guys heard my cats out in the hallway, but they're fighting right now.
Those are the foxes.
Those are the foxes, actually. You hear them like beefing with each other in the distance, actually. Fun fact. That like high-pitched screeching sound they make at each other. You hear that like north to you. That's canon now. I'm serious.
Okay, yes.
So there's more than one.
But besides the foxes, the first hour is pretty uneventful. If you guys want to talk about anything going into the second hour,
I think Vysaria eventually asks Alaric, kind of, you know, his background. Like, did he grow up in Euro? Like, you know, what was it like? I don't know. I don't think Vysaria knows.
You can ask him in character.
Okay, yeah. That's a good idea. Sorry. So, Alaric, did you grow up in Euro?
No. Good ways away, actually.
Where did you live before?
Capital for a while. Moved around a lot, though. I grew up in... Well, I doubt you'd know the town. Most people don't.
Small like Euro, I assume.
Even smaller.
Interesting. What did you do for a living?
I was a soldier.
Oh, how was that?
Boring, usually, until it wasn't.
Boring? Sounds exciting to me, but, you know,
You
we all have
see-
different experiences.
You know what we're doing right now?
Yes.
A lot of this. Just waiting.
You're right, that does sound a bit boring.
Imagine your life's been a bit more exciting.
Well, I think excitement comes from things that we don't normally experience. So, you know, it might be exciting to you, but normal to me.
What was it like where you grew up?
Full of community, I would say. Everybody knows each other. You don't really need, like, I don't really have family, but I do. My family is where I live, and it's everybody in the community.
Guess that, where we grew up wasn't so different after all, then.
I guess not.
And did you work?
You could say that. Yeah. I did. We all kind of work around the grove, helping the community stay afloat. We all kind of cultivate herbs and hunt, etc.
Sounds nice.
It is, yes.
And are you looking forward to going back?
You know, I do quite miss them. Yes. But I do enjoy these missions because it kind of allows me to be alone and cultivate a relationship with myself. Whereas at the Grove, you know, you're never really alone. Everybody's kind of always watching, you know?
I understand. Sometimes you need to get away from what's comfortable to learn who you are.
Exactly. Cool. I think that's it for
Yeah,
that.
at least for present conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say your second hour continues on relatively uneventful. I'd say 30 minutes into the second hour, Tyric, you do wake up if you want to go out and join them or do your Sudoku in the house, do your morning stretches.
He left his Sudoku back in his room, unfortunately.
Fuck.
Loser.
Yeah, he's rather upset about that fact. He'll look for them if he can find them.
I'd say stepping outside, it's pretty easy to spot them. You know, purple tiefling and big beautiful man off into the distance.
Indeed.
Tyric joins you guys if you want to speak to each other.
Oh. Alaric will give him a little nod and sort of gesture to a spot on the ground next to where they are.
I'd rather stand. I've spent the last 4 hours sitting.
Tyric, do you want to roll perception if you're joining their watch?
I don't think he's still groggy. He's not making any checks just yet.
Okay.
He's
just
off
chilling.
the clock.
He's off the
Yeah,
clock.
exactly. He actually no, that's perfect. He's off the clock.
He's the chiller. Right. Do you guys have any conversation now that Tyric is here?
I think Vysaria, wherever Tyric is standing, I think she's gonna like try to grow vines and like try to annoy him with them. You know?
I'm
Like,
saying it's pretty
I don't
easy
know.
to do that.
Yeah. Like, I think if he's leaning on a tree, I think she's gonna try to grow a vine up and then have the vine tap his shoulder.
And then the vine
could-
retracts when he turns around.
Exactly.
How does Tyric react to this information?
Well, does he catch the fact that he's being played for a fool?
Yeah, you're being poked. You're being teased. You look down, there's like a vine wrapped around your ankle. You look down and there's like a vine tying your shoelaces together.
Yes,
Just
sir.
have shoelaces.
He's got
There's
the
a vine
dogs out?
There's a
they're-
vine
they're-
undoing the
they're-
buckles.
They're wrapping around his ankles and tying themselves together like like laces.
Like shoelaces, actually, yeah.
Something touched me and fires 10 shots into the darkness. Really good.
He ignores it as best he can. Or, like, if it gets like it's close to like actually like fully wrapping around, he'll like shake his legs out and break the vines, but otherwise he won't do anything.
Yeah, it's Druidcraft. It's a cantrip, so everything's like relatively weak. Easy to break. But she annoys you for a little bit. Any other conversation during your watch before I say things?
I don't think yet. If we're like fully wrapping it up, then there's something else, but
Okay. I'd say like near the end of your watch, like I'd say like there's like 20 to 30 minutes left, 25 minutes left of your watch. And I'd say like off into the eastern distance, Vysaria, with your perception roll, like this distance, you do, like through the fog, you do see like a very faint figure, like moving from here in this direction over here. Like that's the direction, that's the path and like direction they are going in. Humanoid? Question mark? But you do see like a figure moving. They don't seem to have noticed you. There's still like occasional foxes every once in a while. But this is like the first sign of like something that's not wildlife. Do you say anything to Tyric or Alaric, or?
I noticed something in the distance.
Living
can't
more
quite-
foxes.
No, this one looked vaguely human.
foxes. All of them, I assume.
I saw a figure that looked vaguely human.
That's lovely.
Like, it was very
And you said-
obviously bipedal,
Yeah.
moving from northeast of the village to east of the village. Like, kind of in a southern, like, southeast direction.
But not
So-
towards us, right?
No, they don't seem to have noticed you, but like where I'm gonna draw on the map is like the intended like path of movement.
Mm-hmm.
From north to south or south to north?
From north to south. So like from here, like moving down in this direction. There are like trees in the way, so like once they like start, but like that's the intended path of direction that you see. I'm not saying that you saw them moving all the way over there because that's really far. But that's like the direction that they were moving towards.
Going out of town.
Good for us.
Oh, to be on your guard.
That would be putting it lightly.
But other than that, the rest of your watch, besides the foxes, goes relatively fine. Peaceful, quiet, besides the bothering Tyric. You guys, it's about time to wrap up now. If you guys want to head back and wake up the next batch.
Yeah.
Which is Circe.
Me.
And Tyric's already awake.
I think that once they get inside, Alaric will very gently kneel down next to Circe and give her a little shake on the shoulder.
I think at first she tries to like push his hand away and like pushes her face further into Moros's fur, just like like not ready to be awake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Circe says very quietly, not to wake anyone up, but
5 more minutes.
not this time.
I think she very grumpy and groggily sits up and like rubs her eyes and like squints at him. Oh, what time is it?
Early.
Okay. Okay. And she starts to get up and she looks like she's half asleep still as she's getting up. Is Boris gonna come with me or is he still snoozing?
He's still snoozing, but if you want to wait, he's a cat. He's a lazy ass cat. If you want to wake him up and make him come with you, you can.
Oh, I don't know if I want to just like leave him in here with everyone.
I mean, Moonin's also in here. He's like napping next to Rosie.
Yeah, but Moonin is fine and normal, and there are 2 members of the church in here. And as much as she trusts Lorelai now, she doesn't really trust Rosie.
Rosie's gonna kill Moros.
I don't know. I'm gonna protect my fucking cat. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Does this mean the entire time Artemi and Rosie were having that conversation, Moros was just there?
No, he was with me. I was sleeping
Moros
with him.
was
Not Moros.
Moonin.
Moonin.
No,
Moonin.
Moonin stayed inside. He didn't want to do the watch with you.
Would have been funny.
Yeah, that would have been bad vibes for him anyways.
He didn't want to do the watch with you. He went and loafed on top of Tyric's head.
I think she's gonna like shake Moros awake a little bit and like click at him like what you do when you're trying to get a cat to like come somewhere. I can't do it right now and I don't think my mic would pick it up. But she like clicks at him and like
he trills and then his ear flicks a little bit. And then he very lazily gets up and then he does a very big stretch with his front paws and then he does a very big stretch with his back paws and then he does a very big stretch with arching his back and then he does a big fat yawn and then he starts following you.
Okay. Is Tyric still outside?
Is
yeah.
Tyric still outside?
Yeah.
He's nearby. He watched them go back inside.
Yeah.
But now he's paying more attention outside than not.
I think that she's like she's still like squinting and she looks like a mess. Like her braids are all fucked up and she's got like twigs
She's
and
used
shit
to
on her. Like she's
she's used to a very comfy bed, and she's used to getting her beauty sleep too.
yeah, she's not happy. And she's squinting and blinking really hard, like trying to wake herself up. It's not working very well. But she wanders out. She goes and finds Tyric, and she like yawns and is like, where are we? Where are we going? What are we doing?
I would figure we should post up close, but away from everyone else.
Okay.
Figure walked by recently.
Something walked by.
Humanoid.
Oh,
We're
wonderful.
also being spied on by the little foxes.
I cannot wait to not be in these fucking woods anymore. Can you just lead the way, pick a spot, and I'll watch?
All right.
Where are you guys heading up?
So the structure that's right. How do I do the little?
Just like click and hold where you're trying to circle.
Right
like
there.
by those houses?
By those houses.
Okay. Roll your perception rolls.
Okay. I need to take my long rest.
No more disadvantage.
No more disadvantage.
Yeah.
Hey, money.
Oh, yay. That's a dirty 20.
Ooh,
Yay.
piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Fuck yeah, conquering.
It's like as soon as we get out of a combat session, we all start rolling well.
This is true.
I was rolling perfectly fine.
You were rolling well.
Yeah.
And so did I.
I'm just saying, Percy's rolled like 3 nat 20s today.
Just like not right.
Wrote 2 of them.
Percy, you don't have any other dice games you're playing coming up, do you?
No.
Okay, you're good. You're.
I might as well get them out. Insight checking my #1 op.
Not the #1 op.
Fuck off, dude. Fuck
What
off.
your #1 op? Damn, bitch.
What's the perception for Circe?
30-20.
Okay. Anyways, you guys were talking.
Sleep well.
No, I was just following him. Did he just ask me if I slept well?
Yeah.
He says it like teasingly.
She like makes a face at him and just goes, "Yeah, wonderfully."
You've had a interesting past week.
It's been 2 days.
In terms of the journey and everything.
The week has been fine. It's the past couple days that have been just insane.
Let's put it mildly, I suppose.
Yeah,
Believe
I mean,
me.
I'm sure there are
More
different
so.
words that I could use to describe it, but I don't have the energy right now.
Mercenary work is not usually this exciting. It's usually long investigations, paperwork, witnesses, interrogations, and then a 1-minute standoff and a single shot.
I miss coffee. I miss making coffee at home. There is not a single thing that has happened in the past couple days that has been any sliver of normal to me, and I am not used to any of this, and I think Circe's gonna like stretch and like make a face because I feel like her back like cracks, like it's like a like a loud like long series of clicks as she like stretches because she was sleeping on the ground, and she goes, "Ugh."
If you're gonna continue in this anything near this line of work, having small things like that, making your own coffee, small garden to call your own, keep your particular set of books you like to read over and over again. It helps.
I promise you, I do not plan on making this a regular thing that I do.
You sure? You seem to take quite well to it.
She's a rich
It's
girl.
funny that
Who
you
are
think I'd be
talking to?
allowed to do this again.
Unfortunate then, that.
I don't know if it's that unfortunate. I don't think I'm cut out for this. I don't want to sleep on broken wooden floorboards in the middle of the woods, and I don't want to get
Mauled by a giant tree.
body. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Mold. I'm
We both
so
shared that
sore.
experience.
It hurt. That was a lot.
I've run into trees before. I've never had a tree run into me.
It felt like getting hit by a carriage. Just an out of control carriage.
Yeah,
I feel like
I
I've been run over by multiple horses.
had a Goliath throw a horse at me once.
Oh.
That was similar.
You live an interesting life.
It has its ups and downs.
What are the ups?
Good pay, dental, health insurance.
Are you trying to pitch a union to me?
Would you like me to pitch the union to you?
Not particularly.
Freedom, for the most part. You can pick and choose your jobs. This one was more or less handed to me, though, unfortunately.
Well, hopefully we can do something good for the people that live here. In Euro, I mean. I'd hate to see this happen to that town.
The only thing I think we can do for them is prevent their own destruction.
We can try.
I have a horrible feeling in my gut that we're not going to find anything pretty in relation to that.
I think people who are evil enough to people of things, I don't even know what we're dealing with, but whatever is capable of kidnapping children out of their own homes is not going to do anything nice to them.
I've had a few domestic cases. Parents will take the children, run away somewhere else.
Well, this obviously wasn't the parents.
No. I don't know. This is so far out of my usual.
Well, how do you think the rest of us feel? The rest of us who aren't used to dealing with anything like this. I mean, I've never left the capital before now, and once again, now I'm sleeping in the middle of the woods in a burned down house in the ruins of a town that was destroyed almost a decade ago. Over a decade ago, I don't remember.
Almost.
Almost
No,
a decade.
yeah, over and over.
Over, whatever.
One of those.
One of them.
One of those numbers.
Tyric,
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for you.
I might have an answer.
You've been continuing to treat me just as normal. Why?
You asked.
Yes, but, you know, circumstances.
If you want me to be honest, I do have to keep an eye on you. The politics of the situation demand it. Unfortunately for me, if I show back to the capital with any of you missing or hurt or, God forbid, dead, my career and possibly my head are on the line. This isn't just life and death for me. I can survive this, but if the rest of you don't, well, my survival isn't worth much.
Well,
And I realized, however, that I can keep an eye on you and not just treat you like a VIP.
well, I don't know if your employers would take very kindly if they found out that you were harboring a necromancer. What do you plan on doing about that?
My employer, although he works for the guild, for the church, I am not entirely sure he's, well, if you don't want me to put it in the report, it won't be in the report. I have
If you
no issues with it.
if you put it in the report, my life is on the line.
Hmm.
I'm working on
The other two?
convincing the other two. Lorelai is sweet, and I think she's misguided. I can't get a read on the saint, but I'm hoping
Artemi
having her.
probably had a chat with her.
I don't know. I know Artemi wouldn't do anything. But I'm hoping having the prophet on my side keeps me out of the line of fire a little bit.
That would certainly do the trick. I somewhat understand why you were resistant to your traveling companion joining us.
If we had gotten into that fight and I had done what I had done in front of him, it wouldn't have been pretty.
I am somewhat curious about that relationship.
Tread carefully, but ask your questions.
Was it your choice?
In the beginning.
Not arranged?
Not arranged, but encouraged.
Hmm. Still your choice?
I don't have a choice anymore.
I don't like him. I don't see any reason to tell him any of this.
Good.
I will say, if you want to lose him in these woods, then would it be against it? His father's an ass.
If we lost
He's an
him in
ass.
these woods, his father would have your head. He would have all of our heads.
I am aware.
I need
I
you
don't
to be
like it.
careful about this situation. It is very delicate. And I believe we may need him based on what I've seen about the types of magic that do more damage, that help more.
If we get into another fight, though,
I won't be able to help. At least, not as much as I would like.
is he that indoctrinated?
He wasn't always, but now he is. I do believe next time we come out here, we should bring him along. As much as it pains me to not be able to do as much as I would like in a fight, I believe that he would help.
He is a paladin, yes?
Yes. And
Fortunately, you're probably right.
yeah, you've seen what Lorelai's divine stuff did, and I don't know, I just think we might just have to suck it up. I might have to suck it up. But if it comes down to it, I will do what I need to do, but it will be difficult.
Would you like to know something?
What?
A secret of mine to keep in exchange for
To
me keeping
keep?
yours.
I suppose I can keep a secret for you.
You're not going to believe this.
Try me.
I have no memories except for the past 7 years.
It is uncomfortable how many times the number 7 has come up since I've started my investigation into this stuff. What's the first thing you remember?
Walking, bloody, bruised, into the guild hall with one name on my lips. One name that wasn't my own.
What name is it?
Stavros, the guildmaster.
So something obviously happened to you, and the only thing you could think of was to find the guildmaster.
Apparently, he had sent me on a job 25 years prior. Apparently, as some sort of mercenary captain. Well known.
I see.
Look where I am now.
Still doing mercenary work, I see.
Not exactly at the height of where I was. He's disappointed in me, I think.
I see.
I get the feeling we might have been close, but sometimes he looks at me as if he's looking for someone that isn't there.
Have you ever told anyone about this before? Aside from Stavros, obviously.
I once drunkenly told my landlord. She took it rather well, gave me a loaf of bread, and patted me on the shoulder as I ranted about it for the rest of the night.
Well, she probably thought they were the ramblings of a drunken man. I have no
Possibly.
reason to not believe you. I don't think that you would tell me that lightly, but I do need to ask, why me?
Because it ties into something I know you would find interesting.
Tell me.
He pulls out his pistol. This thing uses runes that are not in any language I can find.
May
I've
I?
read countless tech books, looked through every instruction manual. Nothing. He'll pop out the central cylinder and hand it over to her.
Yeah,
I've
she'll
made
take it.
detailed notes of everything. I understand some of how it works just by extrapolation and having used it for 7 years, but it's intricate. There has to be at least thousands of runes on the interior of the barrel alone.
And this was with you?
Yes. When I came back, I had a second holster as well.
So
Empty.
there's probably another one up.
There was most likely another one.
I'm gonna look at it and turn it over in my hands and look at the runes. Can I make an Arcana check to kind of see if I can make any kind of assumptions or any see any similarities to anything I've ever seen before in my studies?
What languages does Circe know?
Common, Elvish, Infernal, and Primordial.
You don't have to roll a check to know that these are runes that
I've never seen.
that you haven't seen, at least are definitely not taught within the academy.
Okay. But I can't find any, like, similarities, anything I've ever seen, like, oh, this could do this based on other things that I've read in other languages or anything like that. It's just, like, completely foreign.
Yeah, it like has the same like foreign, distant feel as like looking at the druid runes felt. Like,
But it's different than the druidic.
Something. Yeah, it's not definitely not druidic considering you guys have been studying that for the past 2 days, but it's definitely something entirely new.
I can't. I don't. I've never seen these before. Are you asking for my help in trying to find more out about these?
It
Or
has irked me for a very long time that I don't understand how my weapon works or how to repair it.
that is understandable.
More so, I'm trying to make another one myself. But I can't seem to make it work.
I see. Well, if we get out of this whole mess alive, I will gladly help you research this.
I figured a project like this would interest you.
Well, when we get back to the capital, I'm going to need something to do with my hands.
You can always take up gardening.
I don't know if I'm much of a gardening person, but I am very good at reading. And I can do some digging for you. I don't know how much more I'll be able to find than what you've already seen, but I will do my best once I have more access to things back home.
I'd appreciate it if you could look over some of my rune work. I have a feeling if I ever got close, it would blow up in my face.
Yes, fair enough. I believe carving runes is a very specific way that you should do it, or things can go very wrong very easily. But I do believe it varies by magic. So I'm not sure if you'll be able to replicate them unless we figure out more about their origin.
And the only person that could probably tell you can't tell you.
Yes. What does Stavros know about who you were before? Did he know anything about where you came from, or?
He said I came from the north.
North is a start. Did he ever tell you where in the north, or just north?
I get the feeling the past me didn't tell him much.
That does make sense, and also makes everything quite a bit harder, but...
How do you think I feel?
Once again, when we get back, I can do some studying into different cultures and areas up there that may be able to tell me something. Do you even know how old you are?
I think he mentioned that I was close to 100 by his estimates.
That might change things, because if you are that old, this could be old rune work. So we might need to look into historical texts.
Sounds very dry and long-winded.
Yes, well, you are talking to someone who did that for years. So, I'm more than happy to look into historical texts for you.
I am more inexperienced at poking through old archives.
Well,
Somewhat.
if you don't want to do it, or you don't have the patience or the attention span, you have someone who is very good at focusing.
Is appreciated. On lighter notes, you have a cat.
I do have a cat, yes.
A very large cat.
Yes, he's very big.
And fluffy.
Mm-hmm. You can try and pet him if you'd like. He did try and bite Artemi, so I don't know how he'll react to you.
Tyric will, put his hand up and just put, his single pointer finger towards Moros.
Hope he bites it off. No, I'm
He's like-
kidding.
He like stretches his head out to like sniff your finger. I'm gonna roll. He like sniffs your finger and he kind of like sits back and he has like airplane ears and he like raises a paw and kind of like bats his finger.
Well,
And then he runs
doesn't
off to go
seem-
sit in a log and take a nap.
well. At least he
Cats
didn't try and bite you.
And overly fond of me. I half expect him to jump at me yowling.
No, he wouldn't do that. Unless you were the worst person in the world, I don't think he would do that.
No, that one's back home in Euro.
Hmm.
Sorry. Forward of me.
It's okay. I would just rather not continue to dredge up that issue. I'm still thinking about what I'm going to do so that the Cantor Saint doesn't rat me out.
I can't help you, unfortunately. I owe the Cantor Saint a favor for getting me back up again in that last fight.
And you don't owe me a favor for agreeing to help you find out where you came from?
I do. But two favors, and neither of them outweigh the other.
Hmm.
I have the feeling she would call in mine, and you could call in yours. Leaves us at an impasse.
Well, then it would just come down to who you like more, I think.
Monin likes Rosie quite a lot.
Yes, that is
I don't
true.
know how. Probably because she fed him half the all of the treats.
Yes, and now she is the reason that you have no treats for your bird, and if he is anything like Morris, he's going to be very displeased when you don't have any more.
I hope Euro has some sort of dried food, a sortium, or something.
I'm sure they do.
Or else I am doomed.
You could just go around and collect acorns off the ground. See where that gets you.
No, I don't think he'd like acorns.
Wow.
He's very particular.
Hmm.
Tried to feed him cashews once. Didn't go very well.
Well, do you mind if I copy down some of these runes so that I can take them and study them?
Sure.
May I
I've tried
borrow?
copying them down as many times as I could. Oh, yes. You want
Yes.
the barrel or the trigger assembly?
I meant, would you mind if I borrowed some paper and something to write with? I have left everything back in Euro because I wasn't expecting to be stranded here overnight.
None of us were. But he'll take out his journal and rip out a bunch of pieces. Hand it over to her, along with a pen.
Yeah, I think I will spend some time still keeping an eye out, but I'll kind of go back and forth from like looking out and sketching out some of these runes that off the cylinder that he gave me.
Yeah, he'll detach the barrel and handed that over to you.
Yeah, I'll try and copy down as many as I can.
I'd say, like, for the next hour of your, like, small talk and drawing and hanging out, you do both see foxes whenever you feel like you're being watched. Everywhere you look to see, like, where you're being watched from, you do see a fox. It darts off. Some time passes. You see another fox. It darts off, etc., etc., etc. I'd say...
Do they all look the same? Like, is there any identifiable, like, features?
I'd say the glances are a little too short to get a good look at them. Like, to see if any have, like, any particular markings that stray from the others or patternings or anything. They look like typical red foxes, if not, like, with some variety between them. Maybe...
But they are different.
Yeah, like,
I was mainly just looking to see if they were different foxes.
I'd say,
and not just like the same one coming back.
You do see, like, at least like one or two that you can very easily tell apart from each other. Some of them do look like the same fox, or at least like look the same. So it's hard to tell how many foxes exactly there are that you keep seeing, or the ones that keep looking at you. Because there are like a few handful that are like foxes that you see that are either the same fox or look exactly the same. But there are at least like two that you can differentiate.
Does Moros react to them at all?
He's kind of just napping right now.
He just doesn't care.
He don't give a fart.
Okay, well that's better than him getting all up in arms about it.
Kind of get the vibe that this isn't his problem.
Oh, cool.
You can safely assume that right now they are not a threat.
Okay.
With his lack of care for anything that's happening.
Yeah.
That's
better. Once again, that's better. Yeah, once again, that's better than him freaking the fuck out.
I'd say your first hour goes relatively fine. If you guys want to have conversation going into the second hour at all. You finish up your sketches, they're pretty fine. They're good, they're accurate. You had plenty of time to make sure they were accurate.
I had something in my head that I wanted to say and I can't remember. Oh, I remembered it. Tyric. He died.
I'm not dead.
I said your name and you didn't reply.
No, I said,
Oh,
Okay.
it didn't go through.
No, it didn't.
Shite.
I don't think that we should spend too much time here tomorrow. I would like to get a look at the execution site that you mentioned, but I think that we should do that quickly, and I think that we should come back here another day when we're all a little bit more prepared for what we're doing.
Do you get the feeling we should be making all haste towards Euro?
Yes.
I do have a sketch of it.
I would like to see it with my own eyes because I want to get a look at those bodies and see if I can figure out anything about them. But I just don't think that it's a good idea to stick around for too long.
Our instincts are good. Not a place for the living.
No. And while these foxes are
precocious little buggers,
they're not being openly hostile, but I am quite tired of being watched for the moment.
I don't mind them. I always liked foxes.
Well, I don't mind them either. I just worry that they may not actually be foxes, like Vysaria said.
I think. I'm not entirely sure. But
At the very
druids
least,
have time
they...
limits on their shapes. This would be a very
Well,
powerful druid indeed if they could hold it for this long.
at the very least, they may be some sort of familiar. I don't know, but I worry that if we stay here for too long, we may incur the wrath of whoever may or may not be here.
Like that figure we saw walking around.
Yes, I don't particularly like that.
I don't think any of us particularly like this.
No, that's why I believe we should move. But we can't do anything until everyone else is up.
Yay.
Yay.
As your second hour continues on, it's relatively uneventful until it starts going into like that last 30 minutes or so. You see once again like a little bit further than when Vysaria pointed it out the first time, but a very like distant humanoid figure. Like, let's see, around like here is when you see them.
Mm-hmm.
Bipedal, humanoid, very obviously. They're very distant, hard to tell any other details other than the fact that they are a bipedal humanoid. But you like see a very faint figure. It doesn't seem like they've clocked you. It seems like for the brief moment that both of you saw them, they were heading north? Question mark?
Mm-hmm.
Same one from before.
Well, I believe everyone should be up soon, so just reiterating my point, we need to get out of here.
If that bugger was going towards the execution site, I'd want to wait another hour maybe.
Yes, maybe, but I just don't like it. I don't like being here while we're not prepared for whatever we could find. And I know it was partially my insistence that we come out here and that we do what we did, but I am not a fan of
Sleeping
staying.
on
That
bad
aside,
surfaces, getting hit by
that
trees,
yeah, all that
dead
aside,
villages.
this place just gives me the creeps, if I'm quite honest. And if a necromancer is saying a place gives them the creeps, I feel like that should mean something.
Maybe. But you don't
Maybe.
scream what the church would have you believe a necromancer is to me. I picture a tall, skeleton looking, dark robe wearing, some dead thing face mask.
Oh, is it the bright pink? Is that what's throwing you off?
It's the capital accent, the refined visage,
Very
discussion of
practiced.
coffee.
I might be a
I don't
necromancer, but I'm
picture-
still human. I still drink coffee. I'm tired.
They make necromancers out to be inhuman monsters. You aren't even
Yes,
touched.
I did get that vibe from Lorelai. She was quite scared of me before we had the conversation that we did. But
Oh no, I think most necromancers are more scared of the church than the church is scared of necromancers.
you would be correct.
I don't quite get it. Something in me doesn't understand the fear. I've been told it for 7 years, but it doesn't
Well,
click.
that might lead to the idea that maybe you lived somewhere outside of the church's influence.
Well, probably the fact that I dislike the church to begin with probably helps too.
Once again, probably means that you grew up outside of its influence.
I catch myself occasionally saying things about ancestors in place of where you might say gods or the church. I don't know if you've come across any cultures that venerate their ancestors.
Have I? Would I know anything about that?
The question? Like, what
Would I?
token?
Yeah.
He mentioned that when people say like, "Oh, by the gods," or "Think about the church," he says like, "My ancestors," or stuff like that.
My ancestors are rolling in their grave right now.
Yeah, basically.
Like, have you encountered any sort of
would I have
like
encountered
the same lingo?
any culture kind of like that venerates like
no.
Okay.
In your circles, no.
Yeah, it's tough when all I know is like church shit. I'm smart, but I am very what's the word? Sheltered. Well, I haven't really heard of a culture like that. I fear it might be hard for me to find things like that in the capital, but I'm sure that there are ways.
With any luck, I'll get sent on a mission outside of the country at some point. Dig around a library somewhere else.
Yeah, I feel like that might be the best option. Since I'm thinking about it, would I know like fucking anything? Because I'm thinking I went back to look at the maps because I feel like Circe would probably have that like in her brain. Would Circe know anything about Stravonius? Because that's like the only place that I'm seeing that's like north of Elenus. Elinus, my bad.
It's okay. There's like not in the places that Circe has access to.
Mhm.
Is there a lot of info on Stravonius? At most, she's read about like the weather, the snowy mountains, how it's kind of barren. It's cold. It's really, really cold. It's really, really, really cold. But not a lot about the people that live there. Mostly about the environment.
Okay, I think she's gonna make a mental note to like look into that more if she can. But that's about it.
Yay. Any other conversation?
I don't think Cersei's gonna start any other conversation.
Okay.
Tyric's too focused on
Pretty shortly after you saw the figure, your watch comes to a close. You guys head back. Everyone starts very slowly waking up. Artemi first, and then actually no, Rosie first, and then Artemi. Actually, no, they wake up at the same time. Actually, they had the first watch together. And then after that, Vysaria, Alaric, and Lorelai. And you guys head back as the last group of people are just starting to wake up. Artemi and Rosie are already awake.
Well rested, everyone.
Yeah.
Which is can be expected.
Had a complaint or two about sleeping on burnt out, rotten wooden planks.
I feel like that's a fair complaint to make.
Certainly.
Better than the ground.
Better than the ground.
Not by much, I fear.
No, but there's worse out there. I'm glad we got walls at least and the roof.
We'll get you sleeping in mud one day. See how you feel about planks.
Oh, why would you say that? Why would you say that to me?
Ever slept in a trench, Alaric?
Quite a few times.
Ah,
Trench buddies.
Hey, yo, they're
Those
in
were
the trenches together.
Hey yo, nice little.
Jeez.
some of the least
Jeez.
Gotta
enjoyable.
bring back the old man Yowie.
It's not helping the allegations, is it?
The fucking
The
allegations.
allegations.
Allegations is crazy.
I'm gonna take a
Please.
brief look at the.
Nothing.
what?
Nothing. I was just being funny.
Oh,
Sorry, I'll kill myself.
No!
Video game, video game, video game,
Oh
video
my
game.
god!
in Minecraft.
Anyways, go back to role playing.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna think about what Tyric said about wanting to wait a little bit, and I'm gonna take a little bit of time.
You guys can tell everyone
and-
that you saw a figure again, also.
Oh yeah, I forgot that we didn't do that.
I love communication.
Just so everyone is aware, we did see a figure, not too long ago, not too far away. It seemed like they were heading north into the town, and that was our plan as well. So Tyric suggested that we wait maybe another hour before going anywhere.
Huh.
Is the fog still around?
The fog never left, dude.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
The
Hey,
That's
it
what I
isn't
mean.
sunrise
Still
yet.
there. Perhaps if we wait a little bit longer as well, the fog might burn off. Wishful thinking. I understand.
Yes.
But we need a little bit of hope in this situation, anyways.
Oh.
We simply want to get a look at the execution site, and then we'll be making quick progress, hopefully, back to Urno.
Urno?
Euro? You mean euro?
Euro.
Pronounced like the European currency?
No.
I had the Europe on the mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
We
my
forgive
favorite,
you.
my favorite town in all of Happy Easter, Urinal.
Actually, it's
Otherwise
pronounced
known as Europe.
urinal.
I thought it was urinal, actually.
Oh my goodness.
Damn, we suck
This
at
is miserable.
Guys,
We have to lock in, you guys.
Lock in,
I'm
lock in,
trying,
lock
I'm
in.
trying. It's almost 2
Roleplay.
a.m. I'm trying.
Let's roll.
Oh no.
Never mind.
I do think since we are going to be staying here, I think Circe's going to take the time to kind of pull Lorelai a little bit aside, and she's going to like speak quietly, but not like whisper or anything. She's just going to be like, Lorelai, do you that conversation we had last night? Would you mind helping me out with what we discussed before we leave?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. And she's gonna kind of wrap her arm around Lorelai, like Lorelai's arm, like how she did last night, as kind of like a moral support thing. Because she's scared again. And she's gonna head over to Rosie.
Morals
Okay,
trot
I
along
will
with you.
say, Rosie was gonna have a conversation
Oh
with
shit!
someone.
My bad.
Ah.
You can do that first. You can do that first. We can move
Sure.
It was
things
gonna be pretty brief. It was gonna be
around. Okay,
pretty
yeah,
brief.
we can do that. We can do that first. Go for it.
Okay. Can Rosie kind of like tap tap on Artemi's shoulder?
This
Yeah,
can happen
he's-
while Circe and Lorelai are talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably
combing through his hair with his hands and looks over and is like,
Greasy.
She's gonna
Just
retake
throwing
out the
iron
comb.
woods.
She's gonna retake out the comb she lent him in the in the bar, and she's gonna kind of like have a very like flat look on her face and like kind of wave the comb up at him.
He returns the flat look and accepts it again. He left his other one in the fucking hotel.
God damn it.
I'm not beating the allegations. Yes.
Never beating those
The
allegations.
stinky allegations.
He's not stinky.
Hold on. Okay, I'm normal.
Take your time.
Shut up. Could I have a conversation with you, maybe over in that direction? She is pointing like farther from the group.
Yeah, he kind of looks a little bit curious / suspicious, but shrugs and starts walking in that direction.
Oh yeah, are we like far enough so that like the group may not hear?
I'd say, yeah, pretty easily. You guys keep splitting
the
off in
hell?
very good
Jesus.
spot. Like, it's really easy to get far enough to.
Can I,
see,
you know
Lorelai,
what? Can I make a perception check to hear this conversation since Rosie did that to me?
it depends on how far they go. Because if they go a little too far, you're gonna have to follow a little to be able to hear.
She's taking him pretty fucking far.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hold on, I have to.
And you don't know that Rosie listened in.
Yeah, I know, but also my mind is on Rosie because I'm thinking about how she's gonna fucking turn me in and I'm gonna get executed.
No. Why would that
Yes.
happen to you?
Why would she do that?
Is the cancer
okay.
saint kind of chill though?
I didn't know the
Gosh,
Cancer Saint was chill like that.
Party?
Actually, I would argue.
Guy who Loki doesn't give a fuck.
Character saying is Loki just a chill guy.
God.
I hate it here.
Anyways, Circe, you turn around with Lorelai to go talk to Rosie, and you see her leaving with Artemi.
Okay. I think I turn to Lorelai and I go, I guess in a second? Is it just me or have those two gotten kind of close or something the past day?
You had a watch
I
together.
noticed that. It was kind of weird to me.
I don't know.
Two conversations! Like two!
Yeah, but like also she was like
That's
holding
more
on
than
to you
he's usually
on the
doing.
battlefield. Like,
As we were running away
Oh,
from the
that's true.
treants.
I forgot about that.
like I don't know. I
No,
just,
she was holding on for her life. She
Yeah,
was
but,
gonna
like-
die.
Artemi of all the people in the party.
They that happened. They did a watch together, and now Rosie's like, "Can I go talk to you somewhere else?"
Oh my god.
So Cersei's like, okay, this is kind of weird because I didn't think that Artemi liked her at all, and I didn't think she liked Artemi. I feel like that's a fair assumption to make that it's a little
Yes.
strange.
Cersei's walking into gossip that doesn't exist.
Yeah, of course
She's
she
about-
is. I don't
she's
know
about
who
to
you
write-
thought she was, but she does love gossip.
She's about to
Yes.
write some fucking article like the Cantor Saint's new boy toy.
Yeah. Rosie turns her in for doing necromancy, and she writes a Daily Mail article from her jail cell.
It's a
Really
fucking
good.
Dumois or whatever.
Can we lock in, guys? Can we lock in?
Sorry.
Let's
It's
lock
gonna be
in.
Rosie's final straw.
Okay.
Rosie,
Rosie,
yeah, I
you
need to
take
lock into the
Artemi
conversation.
out into the
Please,
woods
guys,
to
I'm
kill
so
him.
tired. Please.
So we're far enough away to not be heard.
Very easily, yeah. You go
Okay.
out to the same log that Circe and Lorelai sat on.
So, about the conversation from last night.
Yes.
It would not exactly be proper if I walked around telling a lot of people that I, things that I said.
Oh, I'm not
And
going to. I'm not going to say anything if that's what you're worried about.
thank you. That just wanted to check with you because
No. I mean, who would I tell? People are not exactly asking about. I don't know, that kind of shit necessarily.
I just wanted to make sure. That's all. Thank you very much, though. Means a
He
lot.
nods. Thumbs up.
Yeah, she's also gonna point to a portion of his head. You missed a spot.
He immediately looks annoyed again. Rolls his eyes and leaves with the comb.
Okay.
Alright, that was it. Thumbs
Okay.
up. Back to the group.
I think
Okay.
yeah, I think when Artemi leaves, Circe kind of like pulls Lorelai along with her and moves over to Rosie,
Time to
They
switch.
pass by each other.
switching off. Yeah, it's like it's the fucking Umbrella
Umbrella
Academy meme.
yeah,
The two
we're on
bars.
the
Yeah,
exact same
yeah,
page.
yeah.
Although Rosie is angling to get back close enough to the group to where she is within earshot distance when they talk now.
I
In
think
case Circe
that's
tries to
actu-
kill her out in the woods.
she turned to Lorelai on her. I think that Circe doesn't mind that or anything. She goes, Cantor Saint, if you have a moment, I would like to speak with you. We would like to speak with you. She gives like a nervous smile.
We're seeing that Circe's with Lorelai, and that Circe says we. Rosie is gonna turn her attention to Lorelai and sort of like raise her eyebrow, like, oh?
Laura just smiles at her because she doesn't know what she's gonna do. She's like, she doesn't know how she's gonna help Circe. I feel like at one point when they're walking towards Rosie's, Laura just kind of goes, "I don't know what you expect me to do here."
I think all that Circe says to that is just like moral support, moral support.
Okay.
Moros is with you also.
Yeah, so I've got giant cat on one side, Lorelai on the other, and I feel a little bit better about the situation because I have these two things.
Rosie the cat is looking at you with big, huge autistic eyes.
She quickly looks away. It's too dangerous.
Oh, he's just a baby.
No, that's not the dangerous part.
That's a
just a
very
baby.
big baby.
He's just a baby. Does Rosie even say anything, or does like Circe ask her if they could have a conversation, and she just like looks at Lorelai and completely ignores her?
Well, when she says we would like to talk to you about something, she does turn her attention to. She doesn't say anything. She turns her attention to Lorelai and raises her eyebrow. Like, is this a we situation then?
I think Laura just kind of nods encouragingly. Like, yeah, this is it. Yeah, it's fine.
And she'll turn her attention back to Circe.
I just I don't know how to do this without giving the entire spiel I gave Lorelai last night, but I wanted to speak to you about there being any possibility that you could keep what you saw yesterday a secret.
A secret. You wish for
Yes.
me to keep the fact that. Please give Artie one brief second. Ever so brief. 1 second. Opening a tab. Okay. You wish for me to keep the fact that the daughter of Cardinal Alistair Cirillo is a necromancer a secret.
Yes, I would.
Why would I do that?
I know that we do not know each other, and I have not made an effort to speak to you. But I'm coming to you as someone who is in a very desperate situation, and I am begging you to just not say anything. I know how the church views what I have done, but as I said to Lorelai last night, it may be illegal, but I do not witness it as a bad thing. And I know that that doesn't mean a lot coming from the person committing those acts, but I did what I thought I needed to for the safety and protection of the people I was with. And I am hoping that you can see that I'm not evil, and that I am not trying to cause you or anyone here harm.
Rosie's gonna kind of like have a very like almost like exhausted look, and she's going to like raise her hand at like Circe. You do understand that this lack of remorse will make them kill you faster.
That is if they know about it. That is why I'm coming to you.
I need a reason to not tell people about this. I need something substantial. I don't know if you understand what you've done by involving her in this. She's going to point at Lorelai. But I need you to understand that if they find out that she, even so much as lightly agreed to hide your secret, what they do to her will be worse than what they do to you.
Well, Cantor Saint, that comes down to you now, doesn't it?
It does, and I still don't have a reason to hide your secret.
You wouldn't save Lorelai from that fate.
What do you think will happen to me if they find out?
They will not find out if you don't say anything.
I have known you for 2 days and I found out. And I am the Cantor Saint.
That is because we were in a situation where I did not have a choice but to do what I did. Did you think I would just stand by and do nothing?
I think you can't go your whole life keeping this secret.
Maybe not, but I do have the wherewithal to, if anyone were to find out, not inform them of either of you having any knowledge of it. See, I would not put other people at risk due to my own actions, and I swear to you that. I am asking you to do this. I'm asking you to do this so that no one gets hurt. And yes, I am pleading for my life, because once again, I am a person. I know that you may see me as just the acts I've committed, the sins I have committed in your eyes, but I am a person, just like you, just like Lorelai, just like everyone here. And I think that the fact that you would so willingly put me and possibly Lorelai to that fate just because I asked you for mercy is not very saintly of you, is it?
Depends on what you view a saint as.
I view it as someone people can trust.
That's amusing.
Do you not have the trust of your people, Cantor Saint?
I think trust is a very interesting thing in the church, of all things. I will consider your request, but I still need a reason to trust you.
I cannot have you just considering this. I need a reason, or I need an answer. Because if you go back and you tell the man I've been traveling with, I will not make it to trial. I know that, in my heart, that he will get so angry that he I would not stand trial. I would not make it to the gallows. I would not get a fair death in any way. And if you would resign me to that fate, then I believe you are a despicable person. And I am here asking you for mercy. I'm begging you.
As I said, this is something I will consider. I will not tell your traveling companion. That is only because I understand it. He is as guilty of the acts as you.
You know, the more I spend time around you, the more I realize all of the things that the church has done that has made my life and many other people's lives miserable, and you are a walking embodiment of it. Because you take your own beliefs and hold them above the lives of other people. I have not done anything to make anyone here think that I am a threat. You are the only one who has decided, based on your own theories and your own beliefs, that I deserve to be put to death for what I've done. And I would just want you to think about that. I want you to think about the fact that you would be putting me to death because I casted a few spells. I would really, really like it if you would reflect on that and consider what kind of person that makes you.
You see, the funny thing about this is, everything you said is incorrect. And your guilt tripping does not work on me.
I'm not guilt tripping you, I'm speaking from my heart. That if you want to turn me in, so be it. But I will tell them that you had the idea to even try to hide it from them. And I would really like to know what they would think of their Cantor Saint, even considering that fact.
Feel free to.
I hope you get everything you deserve, Cantor Saint. And I'm gonna kind of drop Lorelai's arm, and I'm gonna head back to the group.
How's everyone doing?
I love inter-party
Great.
conflict.
Feeling good.
Big thumbs up. Stop
Big thumbs
scratching the
up.
couch. Damn, bitch.
Cool. You guys did that within the earshot of the party, right?
Yep.
Everyone heard their conversation.
Holy moly.
Holy
forgot about that.
moly, am I right?
Yeah.
And Artemi had a conversation with Rosie about how she feels about certain things within the group.
Yes! I was taking notes on that, actually. Now that I know it's actually
And then
relevant
he
and I heard
heard-
that conversation, I'm
Can I? There is one screenshot in me and Fern's DMs that I think is so relevant right now. That I think is
Feel free.
that image.
Feel free to go grab it.
I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna grab it really fast. I need Percy to understand something. I'll say it later. Continue. I'll say it later. It's so important.
We gotta lock in, guys. We gotta lock in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Circe and Lorelai returned to the party, I'm guessing.
Oh no, I left Lorelai there. I dropped her arm and I walked away. So I don't know if she followed me or not.
Returns to the party. Does Lorelai want to talk to Rosie?
I think for sure she does want to try and talk to Rosie.
Okay, you have an opportunity to talk to Rosie as Circe marches off.
Yeah,
Moros has stayed. He can't
Moros is staying?
Moros has stayed.
Okay.
He's still like sitting looking at Rosie with big, huge autistic eyes.
There's not a thought going on in that head. I love that guy.
Am I getting anything from him? Is he thinking about anything or?
Nothing in particular. More just like you get the vibe that like, oh, Moonin really likes her.
Oh, is he thinking like maybe she'll give me treats or
maybe she'll give me treats too?
Oh.
I will say, with how highly emotional that conversation was, and I will say, like, I guess if Lorelai is still there, she would be privy to this. But when Rosie sees that the cat stays, her expression softens considerably.
Moros kind of stands up in this weird, like, awkward silence that's happening right now, and he kind of rubs up against Rosie's leg, and then sits in front of her again and looks up at her. And if Lorelai wants to talk, you're free to start a conversation.
Mm-hmm. There's just a big cat there as well.
Yeah. I think that conversation definitely has, like, made Lorelai think about a lot. She's thinking about so much. Because Rosie has, like, reminded her of, I guess, the church. Because I don't think she was thinking about it when she was talking to Circe. There is so much I don't understand here. But I feel like the one thing I do know is that we can't just let whatever it is happen to Circe.
Was that the end of your sentence?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
You just said what happened to Circe, and then you stopped.
Whatever it is
Whatever-
that happens to Circe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lorelai, I will say this one time only. Death is a kindness in the church because it means you get to go and leave. And if they find out that you or I hid this, what they will do, it will make the death Circe would have faced seem like a mercy.
Can't do that.
Wait, well, who can't do that?
I can't do that. Just like I know. Obviously, I know that whatever is gonna happen or will happen to us if this gets out could be bad, but I can't do that to her. She's a person.
I know, she's a person. The church knows she's a person.
But it doesn't sound like she's gonna make it to the church if this gets out.
I already said that I would not tell her traveling companion. But to ask me, the Cantor Saint, to betray the church, everything, everyone above me, everyone below me, for someone I've met 2 days ago, that didn't strike you as an odd request at all?
We're in the middle of the woods researching about kids we found out were missing yesterday. There's a whole lot of stuff that I don't understand that's going on. Things aren't what I thought they were, and I don't know what to do about that.
Rosie?
She's just kind of... What do you want? Lorelai, what do you want to happen here?
I genuinely don't know. But I don't... Whatever it is that happens, I can't be responsible for what happens to Circe.
And what about the next necromancer you meet?
I'm
And the
starting...
next one, And the one after that?
I don't know.
Will you hide them all? Will you hide them until one slips?
I don't know. But maybe we're wrong.
Wrong about what?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Lorelai, you are very sweet. And as long as you are sweet, you will not make it far in the church. What did you think the worst thing the church can do to you is? Hello?
Wait, did you cut off? Sorry.
Oh shit, I said, what do you think the worst thing the church can do to you is?
Oh. I don't know. I guess I've never thought about the church as being something that would hurt me.
Rosie is going to put a hand on Lorelai's shoulder. Do you have family?
Yeah.
Remember that. Because the church will. And she's gonna remove her hand and give Moros, or not Moros, yes, Moros. I'm getting their names mixed up. She's gonna put her hand out slightly to the cat.
He butts his head against it really aggressively, like he really wants pets. Like he really, really wants attention.
She's gonna give him a few pets and then
he purrs like
away.
A motor.
I think before Rosie walks away, Lorelai goes, his name is Moros.
Just gonna look at Lorelai sadly and walk away.
And Moros stays with you, Lorelai. Do you go back?
I think she takes out the little wood carving, the bird, and she's just gonna hold it so tight in her hands. And she's gonna stand there for a little bit, and then she's gonna pet Moros, and then she's gonna walk back to the party.
Yeah, he walks back with you. Everyone returns together. Any other conversations that need to be had before you guys chill for an hour and head out?
Tyric will corner Rosie and be like, "Where's my sleeping bed?"
What did he say? I didn't hear legitimately.
His sleeping bag.
Oh,
left it back.
Or is
Stay
he
on
gonna
the floor,
go over...
dude. Just pick it up.
Yeah. Rosie will scoop up the sleeping bag and hand it off to him.
She doesn't know how to roll it back up.
She doesn't.
He just stares at the crumpled mess. I owe you for yesterday.
The healing, you mean? Oh, okay.
Doesn't say anything else. He just buggers off.
I didn't know if you were staying or not. Alrighty!
Yay! Okay. What does everyone like? Does anyone do anything in particular to pass the time until Tyric gives the okay to go back to town?
I feel like that took up a little bit of the time, but
Oh, absolutely. That took up at least like half an hour, 40 minutes ish.
Other than that, I think Cersei's just like fuming in a corner.
Yeah, I'm sure Circe's thinking that went a lot worse than expected.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Artemi's a little shell shocked from what he overheard.
Artemi has
Based
so
on
much
their previous
information.
Dude, he just had. It must be crazy to be Artemi right now.
He's like,
I'm so curious. What's Artemi thinking about?
Yeah, what's he thinking about?
he's like, because he was like, okay, she was being truthful with me as far as I could tell. What
Oh
she
yeah,
confessed
and she
last
seemed like
night.
sad about what she was saying as well.
She seemed sad. She seemed like he's extremely unsure about how to handle any of this because he like what the fuck is going on? Like why there has to be some reason she's being weird about it. And this stubborn about it. But also he's put off by it, you know? He was like, maybe we're getting somewhere. Maybe the Cantor Saint is based? Question mark exclamation point like clickbait headline. And now he's like, but maybe not. Maybe it's all just some weird thing that she'll never actually act on. But then he's like, well, who the fuck am I to say anything about that? Also, given
And also,
whatever.
like, I feel like from Artemi's perspective, like, Circe kind of took a slightly aggressive approach with it as well at some point.
Absolutely.
No, she didn't at first. The thing is, she didn't at first, and then Rosie was a
No,
bitch to her, and she didn't know what else to do.
I know
That's
not at
what
first.
Fern said.
I know not. I said at some point.
At some
Okay,
point.
whatever.
I said at some point.
I feel like it was justified for her to start getting aggressive about it.
I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm saying that from
Obviously,
Artemi's
because-
perspective,
What freaking
like-
ever?
Like you're like
reasoning.
Cersei is absolutely terrified of this circumstance of like the situation that's going on right now. But he also is like doing the like cut it off at the neck motion at her, like stop, it's not helping. You're not helping.
And he's like, you're taking a hole,
I need to calm down. You need to calm down.
Well, she genuinely doesn't have anything else that she can do in that
I
situation.
know, but I was like, you're threatening her. Holy shit! Oh my
Artemi's
god!
like, pause!
From Cersei's perspective, this person does not care about the lives of anyone else. Maybe she cares about her own enough to shut the fuck up and keep it quiet. Like that was the
Artemi
only
absolutely
thought that she could
understands
have.
Why Cersei
So,
would be like,
it's so messy and complicated.
Because
Yeah.
I think that's what makes it interesting, because from Rosie's perspective, in my mind, Rosie is also, to some degree, justified in her reaction in that she had somebody she doesn't know come up to her, go, I know you just watched me commit a crime, but actually, can you not? And this person, knowing full well the consequences of somebody of her position and stature, keeping that secret, was like, no, I met you 2 days ago.
Artemi's one of the maybe from what I'm seeing, one of the maybe cagiest people in the party right now. So that is also something where he's like, this is a big ask of someone you don't know at all, basically, and who you don't like and who doesn't like you. So that's what he's thinking right now, and it's I don't know.
tea.
Lots of
Anyways,
layers.
let's lock back in.
He's no fan. He's no fan. Let's lock back in.
Let's lock back in, homes. Homies. Anyways, I'd say an hour quickly passes of everyone stewing in the vibe.
Vibes are
The
rancid
bad
right
vibe.
now.
Bad vibe right now.
Handshake, Will. We're handshaking.
About an hour passes if anyone wants to, if Tyric wants to give the go-in to leave, or if anyone wants to check outside or anything.
Yeah. Tyric will give the go ahead, and as a group, he'll try and get them to move over quietly to the bridge, to the thing.
Do you guys want to
Keep an
roll
eye out for
stealth,
the figure.
or do you just want to like roll perception and pray?
That one. That one
Yeah,
for
I
me.
think-
I'm not
Ain't no
stealthy at
praying.
all.
Ain't no
Yeah, I'm
praying
not.
here. Ain't no fucking praying over here. Don't even worry about it.
Okay,
Heavy armor
so
disadvantage. Let's just go.
no stealth rolls.
Tyric will
Just
do
going.
stealth. No, if no one else is stealth.
You're moving as a group. It doesn't matter.
Yay!
Let me roll my dice at 5 frames a second, guys. Is that
Everyone roll your
Oh my
perception.
god.
Dice
Oh
would
my
be so
god.
funny.
Rolling
Oh my
perception?
god.
21.
These are god
Oh my
tier fucking
God.
rolls. I'm just
Oh my
saying.
god.
We're
This
fucking
perception, right?
seeing, dude.
Dude, they call me the perceiver for
We be
sure.
seeing.
Wow, the perceiver for real. No
Well,
one else
we're all
can see
making
shit.
perception checks, just by the way.
Yes.
If you want to, like, while you're traveling, like, you're going further into town, if you want to keep an eye out, you can.
12, peace sign.
Yay, can you put in the roll 20, please?
You got it, boss. What?
Nothing.
Neat.
Oh, there's so many players.
I still
Yeah.
win.
It's almost like you wanted 7 of us.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, 7, my detested.
Lorelai,
This is a lie, I like the number 7.
Tyric, 23. Yay! Okay. A lot of good rolls, actually. Everyone got double digits.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Yay. And you guys start heading north, like east, heading towards that bridge that everyone knows. Keeping an eye out, everyone at this point is seeing foxes, but no sign of that person that you guys saw before. I gotta move the map. Anyways. No sign of that person, just occasional foxes every once in a while. Occasionally some people see 2 different foxes in 2 different places at the same time. We got like 7 pairs of eyes going around. So, definitely more than 1 fox. And by the time you guys reach the bridge, you can very clearly see the town square and the large platform in the center of it, as well as the ruins surrounding it as you all cross the bridge. And you guys arrive to the same site that Tyric and Vysaria saw before. I want to get Rosie out of the river.
I'm drowning.
What do
I'm
you guys
under the
do?
water.
I'm under the water.
My life would be so much easier.
What do you guys do? It seems like nothing has changed to Vysaria and Tyric, who were here before, keeping, like, with your perception rolls that you had. It seems like nothing has changed upon first glance. I know that, like, both of you were aware that there was a person here in the town. Nothing in the square has changed since you saw them. That you're aware of. Roleplay away.
We're like right at the stage right now.
Yep, you guys are in town square. There's surrounding rubble of houses and the large, like, platform and one large, like, wooden pillar and another, like, more broken pillar and, like, the remains of, like, a rope tied into a noose laying on the stage.
Mm-hmm. I think Artemi's kind of taking in all of those details with a kind of closed off expression. Doesn't say much.
Hold on, I need to roll something to make a decision. Okay.
It's like flipping a coin.
Alaric is hanging not like far back from the group, but definitely more separated than he normally is.
Let's switch positions.
It's like a puzzle.
It really
Look
is.
Look at them go.
Does anyone want to have a conversation?
They slide in.
Tyric will like lead Ronan over towards the bodies,
Oh,
point
mean
out
Circe?
what he
I
thinks.
mean,
Ronan?
Sorry, yeah,
You like
Circe,
Guy
God
Ronan?
damn it.
okay.
When I showed up in the tavern.
No!
Uh-oh.
Um,
Uh-oh.
he'll guide Circe over and
Wait.
Wait, hold
be
on. I
like,
think Ronan's
he's
Wi-Fi just died.
shit.
Hold on, can you join?
Phone in.
Phone in?
Phone
This is such a funny way to say
Call
that.
our
Phone a
phone
friend,
line
phone a
now.
Phone a friend.
It's fucking dire! We gotta go to bed, dude!
We gotta sleep.
Guys, please, we can't go without playing for 2 weeks.
We can't.
We just got back, for real.
This is true.
And then they all went back to Euro unharmed. Yippee!
Okay.
Yippee! Yippee!
Does anyone else
Can
want to have a
I-
conversation while Ronan fixes his Wi-Fi?
Not a conversation.
Awesome
But,
atmosphere.
Alaric has crossed his arms over his chest and he is looking sort of past town square, not really paying attention to the kind of grotesque execution block,
Yeah.
but looking at something sort of further off.
Bro is dissociating.
I think Artemi will also eventually snap out of his reverie and
Hello?
maybe
Hi,
go,
Ronan.
maybe go join where Alaric is standing and not wallow in that anymore. Rancid vibe.
Bad vibes. Bad
The vibes in
guys.
here are rancid.
Bad energy in this place. I wonder why. I'm not getting a really good
energy
reading
needs to
of
be
this particular
cleansed.
structure.
What touches ground? Something happened here.
Something happened here. Touching ground with visible skeletal remains.
Touches ground.
Something amiss.
happened.
I'm an empath and I really just think something
Oh my
strange.
god, let's lock
Oh
in.
my god.
We have to lock in.
Oh my god.
We were waiting.
Clear
That
the
means
comms. Clear the
Lucy
comms.
Lucy can do her thing. Secret can do her thing.
Yeah, I'm
Tyric
gonna,
and
I'm
Circe
gonna
time.
fucking. I'm gonna take
Tyric
a look
will
at the fucking
lead
bones.
Circe over and point out like the two different bones he thinks there are, like the bodies, missing
Yes.
heads, the noose, that kind of stuff. You know, detective, yes,
Mhm.
investigation,
Yeah.
investigation.
Yep.
Can I roll fucking something on these bones? Because I feel like I've done quite a bit of it, like
Roll investigation.
research on like, yeah.
Mhm.
Where the fuck is my investigation stat? That's the wrong thing. Oh my god, I hate D&D Beyond on mobile. I'm gonna scream.
That's
You
really
have physical
awful.
dice.
I am rolling physical dice. That's a 23.
Okay. Very easy peasy. Looking at these bones, you find that these are very obviously like two separate sets, although missing plenty of bones, either buried or taken. Who's to say?
Okay.
They're kind of scattered about. You're not a crime scene detective, so you can't really paint a scene, but with your knowledge of anatomy and bone structures, these are very obviously like bones from two adults, humanoid, not like anthropomorphic animal species, very obviously. So like either human or elven or something along those branches. One was tall, question mark, based off the length of some of like the leg bones that you can find. The other one like significantly like like pretty short. Not like Lorelai short, but like averagely short. But like two separate average adults. You can't find like pelvises to to identify anything further.
Okay.
But definitely two adults.
Do I see anything that would indicate, like, you know, like if they were like beaten beforehand, any like bone fractures or anything, or anything like that, like broken ribs?
These are very obviously incredibly aged.
Yeah.
They're also not all on the stage. Like, they're not on the stage. Like, either they fell or they were cut down or something happened. So it's hard to tell if they were beaten or if they were damaged due to wildlife, to falling from wherever they were hung, or from weather, or like debris, or like the big fucking trees clomping around. Like, it's really, like, it's hard to identify whether they were beaten with what little you have and how old these are.
Okay. So there's like nothing I can gain from these, basically.
Pretty much.
Okay.
And plus, like, you
actually-
didn't minor in forensics.
Yeah.
You, like, minored in anatomy. And
I'm just
like,
a fucking weirdo with a hyperfixation on dead people.
yeah.
Whatever. Okay. I think she'll just turn to mainly Tyric. She's still pissed off and upset and scared, and like a million bajillion emotions are running through her head. And she'll just be like, well, I wasn't able to gather as much as I would have hoped. There's really nothing here. If we had come here a couple years earlier, maybe I would have been able to gather more from these, but since there's so much of the skeletons missing, there isn't much I can do. I'm sorry.
I'd say
Unfortunate, but understandable.
I'd say, Circe, as you're like poking around while you talk to Tyric, with your investigation roll, whether this has any use to you or not, you find like a femur bone that has very obviously been chewed on by like the canines of an animal.
Okay. I believe it may not be safe to stay here much longer. I don't know what exactly the wildlife is around here, but it seems like they were very obviously scavenging from these bodies at one point, and I would prefer that my skeleton not be chewed on by creatures in the woods.
I think we all prefer that. Well then, let us get the flying fuck out of here.
I agree.
Anyone up for a run?
Yeah.
What, all the way
We're
back?
moving. At least to where? Back to the ruins.
I think we should save our strength in case we actually need to run.
How about a brisk jog?
Okay.
Brisk jog.
Normally, just because this, I think it's funny. Tyric's like, but I didn't get my morning workout in.
Oh my god.
I was trying to dispel the rancid vibes. It is not working.
Jesus Christ. Okay, are you guys heading back?
Yeah.
Essentially.
Get us the fuck out of here.
What's the marching
Let
order?
us
What's the
out.
marching order?
I'm in front.
Okay, Tyric in front. What
Alaric
else?
will be at the back.
Alaric in the back. Who's
Artemi
behind
also,
Tyric?
probably.
Okay, everyone's in the back.
A little bit further
Was it
up
multiple? I
because
thought it was
she's
just
trying to
Alaric.
get out of there so quick.
Well,
I don't
Circe's
want to
wherever
be
the fuck
anywhere
Alaric
near
is.
Rosie right now. I don't want to be
This is
anywhere near
true.
Rosie right now.
Okay.
It's like one of
This
those
is what it's
logic
looking like
puzzles.
so far.
I'll be a step in front of them then.
Where's
Okay.
Possible.
awesome
Is
marching?
this... Cool, this is the marching order now.
Artemi has disappeared from my screen.
Artemi fucking
there he is,
Oh, there he is, there he is, there he is,
He's
there he is.
fucking gonzo.
I see him now, I see him now.
Okay, and you guys start heading back. As you guys head back, you do pass by and like see foxes once more, but you don't see that person. Where they went, who's to say? You continue on back. The walk back to where the runes were. Does anyone have any conversation on the walk back? We're just going.
Just
I
going.
want to get
We're
this.
just
I want to get this
going.
over with. Okay, I need to
Everyone
double
is
check.
tense as shit.
I just need to make sure.
The treant bodies.
You guys head back. The walk back to the runes feels a lot longer than the run, like when you were running from the trees. And not just because, like, you were running and you're walking now, but like, you guys have been walking for like an hour and you're still not back. And you remember it being like 30, 35 minutes, maybe 40 at most to get here. It's been like an hour, still no runes. Second hour, still no runes. Another 30 minutes, still no runes. 3 hour mark, still no runes. And I'd say like 20, 25 minutes, you guys finally get back to the runes and the craters of where the events happen. It took a lot longer than you thought it would. Than you remember it being. At like almost 3.5 hours. But you make it back relatively safely, relatively cautiously, even with all of your very good perception rolls. By the time you lost sight, or like completely left Cremari, you stopped seeing the foxes, and the walk has been pretty uneventful since. The fog thickened once more as you entered the woods, but other than that, it's been pretty uneventful. Any conversation now that you're back at the ruins, or do you just go straight to Euro?
I say we go straight to Euro, but that's my vote.
Yeah, I'm not talking.
I think
Bad
everyone's
vibes. Bad vibes, guys.
The vibes are rancid on a multi.
Just taking a 5-hour silent walk through the woods.
Oh my god.
You ever been on like a car ride where your parents are mad?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what this feels like.
That's what this
Who's
is.
mom and who's dad out of us?
Well, right now, it's fucking Rosie and Circe.
Yeah, I know. Who's mom and dad out of Rosie and Circe?
I think it's mom and mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's
Like
dad.
the dynamics don't
Anyways.
even work that way. They don't like each other to
Anyways.
begin with.
You guys start leaving, like, the part of the woods where the fog starts, and the fog finally clears. You guys hear the river in the distance. You guys use it as a way to get back to Euro, and you pass by that small house again. There's, like, empty clotheslines, like, in the yard as you pass by it. And after...
Can I take like a just a closer glance super quick and see if I see any signs of anyone being there?
It's like... Let's see, I need to do math in my head. It's like 11 in the morning. 11:30 in the morning. It seems like no one's home. At least from first glance, as you're just passing by using the same perception roll that you had.
Okay.
If you want to stop and knock, you can, but
No,
everyone
I'm
starts
good.
heading back. Everyone heads back, and by the time everyone reaches the town square, it is roughly noon, and there's a little farmer's market going on in the town square, and that's where we're going to end session.
Farmer's market! Hype, everyone! We can get organically grown cauliflower.
Yo, this is awesome.
Yo!
Do you think they'll have the honey sticks?
Vysaria about to go crazy with the fucking herbs, though. It's not even funny.
Kai has locked back in.
Dude.
I am going to the farmer's market.
Yo,
Okay.
I heard farmer's market, and I was like, okay, all right, I'm back.
We
I
made it
need
back
to
to Euro,
direct-
guys. It only took 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I'm gonna point a brain. I need a second to think. Somebody else talk.
I'm going to need. I hope they have a nut like stall
You want a
somewhere.
nut?
Just like assorted
You're
nuts.
gonna nut?
Stop!
Oh,
In the
Jesus.
farmer's
He's
market?
hoping he can nut.
Don't nut at the farmer's market.
like
Disrespectful.
assorted nuts and like berries and stuff, like dried
Oh, we
food.
could get treats for Moon, and this is true.
Yes.
I
Better write that down so you don't forget.
I'm gonna. Rosie puts her hand on Tyric's hand. Our Moon.
Is he trying to co-opt everyone's fucking familiar is unreal.
Jesus Christ.
She likes
Typical
animals.
church behavior.
She likes animals.
I hope Moros bites you.
Actually, he kind of really liked being pet by her.
Yeah, but I hope he bites her.
Moros is a Mr. Moros.
Yeah, I mean, he would be.
He
I mean, he liked Alaric.
Yeah, he did.
He just hates my
Alaric.
vibes.
His vibes are good
You
though.
just smell weird.
Oh my god.
You
Percy,
smell funny.
Percy, this
Whatever.
is so fucking important. Apart from the fact that we did get what seems like sort of ambiguous yet eyebrow-raising lore about Artemi with the smelling thing.
Yeah.
Hey, don't worry about that too much.
Stinks.
So, can I put in chat a text between me and Fern that didn't age poorly whatsoever at all?
Oh my god.
Mhm.
Sure. Nervous?
Because Rosie didn't trust anybody, and I was like, yo, Artemi's gaining a little bit of that trust. We're on our way to Rosie being fully, like, willing to listen to a conversation about, like, not turning in Circe.
Yay.
And then
Awesome.
the worst happened.
Oh no.
That didn't feel like a conversation. That was begging and then getting aggressive and defensive about it.
I don't know what else you wanted me to do.
I don't know.
Oh
I'm not
shit, there
allowed
goes
to
Kai.
move.
It was
Oh,
giving,
well.
you know what?
Fair.
I'm not, or I'm happy you, fuck, what was the meme? I'm not upset you broke your elbow.
I
or
don't
whatever.
care.
I
Yeah,
don't
I don't care you broke your elbow.
Whatever.
Dude, it also, Percy, you're genuinely insane. I said it earlier. You are genuinely insane.
This
I
is
was
true.
sweating that whole conversation.
Okay, 3.
Sweat more.
You hit 3
Okay.
marks.
I've been sweating for a week, dude.
Yeah.
What the fuck possessed you to ask her about executions? What possessed you?
Artemi has his own reasons to ask you about that specifically.
Dude, I'm right up gripping your shoulders. This is insane.
Oh my god. Also, I drew that body lineup I was talking about during session.
Oh my god,
Oh
sure.
my god.
Based on description, I mean, some of these characters I've obviously already drawn, but I stylized them a little bit more. Based on like stats and stuff and whatever.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Are you
Hold on, let me
drawing
put this on
everyone's
screen.
OCs
I'm
partially
literally in love.
nude?
That's so
Oh my
great.
god. This
It's okay, it's tasteful.
Okay,
Oh my god,
I'm
oh,
glad.
it's so fucking
You
beautiful.
don't
I'm gonna, oh
understand
my god.
how obsessed I am with the fact that you, what's it called? You personalized everybody's like underdress.
Undergarment.
Like, yeah, undergarments.
So
They're, like,
awesome.
Really awesome.
That's so awesome.
Oh, this is so sick.
I'm in,
Putting
like,
this on
is
screen.
so
Putting this on screen right now for everyone to look
awesome.
at.
Dude. Yeah. I still can't get out of my mind. You see the Candor Stain is based? Question mark.
That should be like a YouTube thumbnail.
Yeah, Artemi's clickbait.
God, everyone looks so good.
Artemi is real.
Political commentary.
I'm so obsessed with like everyone's personalized undergarment.
I know.
I know. It's so like good.
Oh, it's so
Some of
awesome.
it- some of it I didn't think
Oh
through
my god,
too
Artemi's
hard.
boobs.
His boobs, yeah, indeed.
Artemi's
Oh my God.
boobs. Bro, put those
So
away.
This is so awesome.
Oh my
Dude.
God, this is so awesome.
Dude, Rosie had to look up during that conversation.
Oh, for real.
Well, they were like sitting down.
Were they?
Oh wait.
With her conversation with Circe, no.
Well,
I thought
you
their
were
conversation
with-
Cersei.
Well, their conversation
Yeah,
was
no.
she had to her head was tilted upwards.
Yes. This is true.
This is so pretty. I'm gonna cry.
I'm so obsessed with this, truly.
I
This is
literally
awesome.
love-
this so
I
much.
love how you drew Cersei's body. It's so awesome.
You drew Visaria's like the stylization of
obsessed with
Visaria's
Vysaria.
face. Like
Yeah.
that's so good looking. That's so good looking.
Thank you. I think it's
We
actually
have new rough
like,
art.
one of the only
I did
characters
a-
I haven't drawn yet, so I was shot in the dark there.
This
If
is
anyone
so
has
awesome.
notes on anything,
Bro, I'm gonna
Because
everything that
Good
happened
barrier.
inside. This session was 100 times more crazy than I thought it was gonna be. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
me
lie.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
it was
Yeah.
tense.
I thought it was gonna be a lot more chill, and you guys were gonna get back to Euro a lot more quicker. And I was worried about role playing Ezekiel, but now I don't have to worry about that for another week.
Yay!
Dude, it's so funny because another way, and Fern is the only one who knows fully what I mean when I say this. Artemi wins by doing nothing. That is in my head right now.
This is
Do
true.
you ever think about that? That like, it's not because he did something, but rather because of the absence of what he's done.
In terms of like getting along with Rosie, basically,
Yes, actually.
that's crazy because in his mind, he's like, I can't like this. I just have to pretend this isn't a fucking situation I'm dealing with right now because otherwise I'm gonna go crazy. Inadvertently making it better.
Dude, you don't even
Never
understand.
happened
Like,
before.
the moment I get to share why Rosie feels the way she feels about certain people in the party is the day my soul is freed, because
I'm so
Aw.
curious.
I'm so excited
I'm
for
also
that
really
note to
curious
get
about
updated, by the
whatever
way.
the fuck is going on
oh
with
my
the
god,
GORE.
I need to.
Like something suspicious is up. Something is happening.
Something is happening here.
Something is
I'm touching the
happening.
dirt. Something is happening
But
here.
something is happening here.
He's like just a normal chill guy, so it's probably nothing.
What's it called?
This is beautiful. I've been
Wow,
fucking-
Fern ratted on it too. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I was sending you that text because I was like, I don't know if like I knew it was probably something you'd consider, but I didn't want you to get
No,
caught
it was
off
definitely
guard.
it was
Yeah,
definitely
I wanted
something
to
I
give you a
considered,
heads up.
but also both
Yeah.
of you being like, by the way, this is gonna happen if you don't do this, freaked me the fuck out.
Dude, that's so.
Hey, I didn't say, by the way, this is
Dang.
gonna happen. I said, do you think this is gonna happen?
No,
So
and then I
basically-
got a message from Artie directly saying it was a screenshot of your DMs being like, by the way, Rosie's gonna confront Ezekiel about Circe's necromancy if you don't.
No, to be fair, it said, I just realized Rosie, in character, it would make sense for her to confront Ezekiel, and the reason that I sent that was because I forgot about Ezekiel as a character.
Dude.
This is true. Everyone forgets.
Yeah, but can you
Yeah,
imagine
last
my
session.
perspective when I get two separate DMs of both of you being like,
Yeah, that's
by the
scary.
way,
Sorry.
I
Yeah, that's absolutely harrowing.
Throw the fuck up.
We were trying to be helpful, but it didn't work that way.
Very,
No,
very
it
funny.
didn't.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, Lorelai was also almost gonna tell Ezekiel.
This is
Dude,
true.
that's
You were telling
crazy.
me
Yeah,
about that dirt
and
last
was
session.
and I
thinking-
figured out how to
Session.
circumvent that, so I thought that I could circumvent all the bad shit, but no.
We've got a party full of narcs.
You guys are fucking narcs! You guys are narcs!
Right now.
There's only two narcs, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Lorelai's
and
not
they're
narc
scary
right
narcs.
now.
Dude, I enjoyed talking to Lorelai as Rosie about the danger.
That was so awesome to me.
That was
And
tasty.
I liked
Like, I know
this-
it's, like, terrible and awful and stressful for, like, in roleplay, like, your characters, but I just want to say, you guys did so well roleplaying that out. Like, all three of you.
Thank you. I was going to shit my pants.
It was damn near cinematic.
I wanted
That's
to
how it
scream
felt.
and cry and throw
Bro.
up and fall into a pit somewhere.
Roleplay is so scary to me, you guys.
Fucking scary.
Dude, I'm excited. I'm feeling the energy. Let's go, guys. Dude, cause like I'm trying to think, and I'm like, but I can't say that to everybody because like that'd be metagaming, you know?
Oh.
But like, okay, I'm actually gonna. Never mind. It sounds stupid now that I think about it.
No!
Artie!
You can't do that.
Okay, because, and again, this is because Artemi, essentially through doing nothing, has secured himself quite possibly the one spot to be the convincer of Rosie to be like, hey, dude, maybe being a narc is uncool. And that's so
Ratting
funny to
out is
me.
wrong.
Artemi, save me, Artemi, please!
He's already
just think
planning on
Artemi
it.
hasn't
I
talked
just
to
think-
Circe
God,
like
beautiful
at
boy.
all.
I just think it's so funny because it really is Artemi wins by doing nothing.
No, literally though. Like, I mean
I
this
find
so
that funny.
seriously. Lorelai is imprinted on Artemi. He did 2 kind things to her in the span of a couple hours, and she
I feel
was
like
like, "I
Rosie is
like him."
also
Actually,
imprinted on Artemi.
He's like,
Like the
"Oh,
two
yeah,
church
a
people
little
have
bit.
imprinted on him.
Dude, Artemi is doing nothing and trying to keep distance, and everybody's like, a new friend.
basically."
No, more specifically, the two church people that Artemi is trying to avoid talking, like spending a lot of time with, they are imprinting on him.
Dude,
Yep.
he tried
He's
to
endeared
avoid,
himself to them.
dude, he tried to avoid these two specific people, and both of them ended up being like, I trust this man. I like this guy.
We should probably end stream, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I forgot
Yeah.
stream was still running.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Anyways,
This image
thank you
is so
everybody.
funny. This image
I
is
Thank
so
you
love this
everybody
gift
for
so
Dude,
much.
this
tuning
I
in
never
for
get to
this
use it for
stream.
anything.
Thank you,
Stream.
Steve.
stream. Thank
I
you,
see.
to all the writers. I'm
Love
sending
you.
you to Dash Decks because no one's online right
Dash
now. It's really late.
Yay. So what I'm
Thank you everyone.
so what I'm hearing is Artemi is gonna try and save Circe.
Oh, absolutely.
Interesting. I wonder how he's gonna go about that, you know
See,
what I mean?
the thing is
That's
about that
something
is
I get
Artemi
weeks
and
to think
Circe
about.
have barely interacted at all.
Is that who?
Artemi and Circe have barely interacted at all, like
Well,
during
they've had
like
it-
in
Besides
character.
their sort of grounding conversation, yeah, but it has
Yeah,
been a
but
bit
that's kind of
because-
it.
but
Yeah.
but it's also only been that that was yesterday also to him.
Yeah,
It hasn't
that's
been that
true.
long to
we
him.
do need to think about that. It was
Um,
yesterday.
No,
Was that
2 days
yesterday
ago.
or was that the day before?
2 days ago, a couple days ago.
Two days
Because
ago.
Circe
Oh my
spent
God.
like
It's
basically
the next day
a
now.
whole day in her
Less than a
room
week
and
ago,
then hanging out with Alaric.
In his mind, he's talked to almost everyone in the party about the same, except maybe Vysaria, and
Except for Rosie, actually. Because you
with,
had that like extra watch 2.5 hours with Rosie.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. But even
A
then,
lot
it
of
was
time
just like,
talking to Tyric.
yeah,
The most
I was gonna say,
haunting
I'm ending stream now.
conversation.
Bye,
more
stream, bye,
time
stream,
talking
bye,
to
stream.
Tyric.